Good evening, race fans. Welcome to the Core Racing Network. Tonight we got a special presentation for the Ultimate Conquest Racing League. This is the Coke 600, and a bit of a throwback too. We are out here with the 87 NASCARs, and this is set to be a 400-lap slugfest for sure. These drivers only got one fast repair in the tank, so better keep it clean for 600 miles, and that is not going to be easy, but we got a lot of good talent out here tonight, so looking forward to it. Carl Handwork joined in the booth by Jimmy Covert. Jimmy, this is a bit longer than some of the ones we do. I know we're getting ready for the Daytona 24, but this is basically NASCAR's version of an endurance race.
Yeah, I mean, 600 miles out there, that's a long time to be in a car. Even at a great track like Charlotte here, it's 400 laps around here. Each driver will need, well, the winner will have to complete, like you said, only one fast repair. I think they have plenty of tires in the tank as well, but full fuel in an older car, so a lot of patience needs to be had here, and hopefully they practice that pit stop, because I think that's going to be a key player. Just kind of looking at the list of drivers out there, like you said, there's a lot of talent. Some of these drivers I don't know, and their iRating shows that they've been around a little while, so we're hoping to see a great race, and obviously this is a great opportunity for the Ultimate Conquest Racing League to get their name out there, and they're looking for a few drivers to join the ranks for their upcoming season here shortly. So hopefully a lot of these drivers partake in that great series that they have going on, and again, it will be with the 87s as well. But yeah, happy to be here, looking forward to it, and this is just working on my endurance racing, watching my teammates drive around Daytona.
Exactly. Getting your spotter seat, that's for sure. Well, he's speaking about UCRL. We're going to go ahead and bring in the man behind the race here, and the man behind the UCRL Racing League, as that is going to be Scott Bolster. And Scott, first of all, welcome to the booth here, and thank you for for getting in touch with us here at CRN to get you another fun event out here. And me and Jimmy just got talking about it. This is kind of NASCAR's version of an endurance race. So what what kind of brought this about? What made you want to do the Coke 600? What made you want to use these 87 NASCARs? And what brought this event to the forefront?
Well, we wanted to put together a promotion and a special event for the league, right? So just like any league, we're trying to cultivate interest. We're trying to get people to sign up. We're trying to get participation numbers up. And the UCRL has always been classic racing centric, right? That's always been kind of at the core of how we approach our series and things like that. So like, I'm a big, classic NASCAR fan, so that's kind of classic IndyCar fan, so that's kind of what I always wanted to do. So whenever we wanted to bundle up a promotion and a special event race, I mean, it really doesn't get much bigger than the Coca-Cola 600, the World 600, and these, iconic classic 1987 cars. You put that kind of stuff together, we have just a really, really fun, impressionable special event that we hope will really stick with a lot of people.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, it's mainly to draw some attention to the league as well. I know you got the new season coming up here, and really just a few weeks. We're gonna have the 87s out here for UCRL, and I was a fan of them from when they came out. I know over in Core we did plenty of seasons with the 87 cars once the iRacing finally released them, and it's a fun car. I know it certainly was one heck of a handful when it came out, and the damage model, you get close to the wall and it just exploded off the wall. So they certainly need to tweak it a bit, and it seems like, unfortunately, ever since they tweaked it seems like, I don't know if that just irritated some of the drivers out there. It seemed like it got kind of kicked back to the wayside again. It's a shame, because it's a really fun car.
Oh, it is. And just like anything on iRacing, when they come out with a new car, it takes them years to dial it in. They really take their time in doing it. And on one hand, it's unfortunate because it turns people off, like you said. On the other hand, in the long run, it allows it to be a more success, as far as like, hey, we finally got it right, even though it takes a while. So hopefully we could get our interest in our league back up and things like that, because it's the official series exploded whenever they first came out, then it died off, and we were just, as a classic league, this is NASCAR's golden era. That's what we want to do and emulate.
Absolutely. I mean, and you talk about growing the interest. You certainly grew the interest of some top quality iRacers here. I mean, there's a lot of high I ratings like me and Jimmy were talking about, and I mean, I kind of take iRacing or iRating with a grain of salt, and I don't look at it too often. But I mean, once you get to kind of a certain threshold, you understand that okay, it's not just your weekend racer. They're actually somebody that puts time in it, and they're actually a good driver. And you got plenty of those out here tonight.
Yeah, I was looking at the entries and going through the iRatings, and aside from a lot of the drivers that we have in our league that have come out, that they're staunch drivers and they have solid I ratings and things like that. It's really cool to see some of the heavy hitters decide to come out and run with this race with us, because that's kind of what we want to do. We want to. Our league isn't geared to just kind of limiting I rating and things like that. We really do want to get to the point where we're one of the premier leagues out there as far as the heavy hitters and things like that. And this is just one of the steps in getting that attention.
Well, it's certainly looking pretty good for the race here tonight. I'm looking forward to it. Jimmy, what do you got here for Scott?
Just thanks for having us on board, and always out here to support you guys. You know that. Just reach out. Just ring my number. I'll be come running usually. So, but no, it's going to be a good one here tonight, and look forward to see how everything pans out for you.
Yeah, no, you guys have been an incredible asset to us with all your broadcasting and just the spirit and the energy that you bring to our league and our races and things like that. We definitely appreciate it. You guys have always been flexible. He's like, hey guys, I want to do a 600-mile race. Y'all want to? Are you busy this weekend? And here you guys are. You're like, sure, let's do it. So here we go. But no, like I said, you guys are great broadcasters. You interact with our league and our Discord and things like that, and you're always there to try and help us achieve our goals that we try to set for ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, if us helping you is helping us in the long run. So it makes sense for broadcasters to kind of help out with the league out there. Well, it looks like we are done with qualifying, so we'll let you get over to the driver's lounge. I'm assuming we're not going to see you out there on the track. You're just going to kind of sit back and watch this race unfold here.
Yep, I'm going to be up in the booth trying to admin the best I can.
All right, buddy. Well, good luck out there. Thanks once again, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you again soon.
Thanks, guys. Have fun.
Yep, better.
That is Scott Bolster, the man behind UCRL, and not just tonight here for the Coke 600, but for the league coming up. So if you're looking for an 87 league that is going to be starting up here, and I believe later here in January, certainly check them out and get in, because there's a lot of good drivers out there, and you can certainly test your skills for sure. But I think the only thing I didn't thank him for, Jimmy, is the plethora of different names we get to hear you call here for the driving order.
They are going to be on a first name basis tonight, because I think they're all different. But no, let's go down and give a rundown of the drivers here tonight. And I am the master of butchering names, and I appreciate everybody that comes from all over to join these races from basically all over the world. So we got some different countries in here, and that's awesome. So I'd love to see it. So, but anyways, Jacob Smetana will be on the pole here tonight. On the outside will be Kale Spicer, Peters, and then Peter Smetana will be out there as well in P number 3. Andrew Ratcliffe will be in P number 4. Daniel Casas in P number 5. Christopher, P number 6. Jake Lesh, rocking the number 7 in the 7th spot. Grady Gherkin, one of UCRL's champions, sitting in P number 8. Frankie Klein is going to be there in P number 9. John Burris is going to be there in 10. Joe Sullivan, another fellow CRN broadcasters, out in the field here tonight, sitting in P 11. David Pachow in P 12. Matt Zachardou in 13th. Ken Zeems in 14th. Brian Greenlee in 15th. Matthew Simmons in 16th. And Greg Wellen out there for your 17 car field. So the last 4 drivers didn't get a chance to qualify, but it's not a huge deficit here, as you know, there's a lot of things going on and getting out there, and just playing it safe might be plenty of time. Yeah, it was 400 laps, drivers. But if we know anything with some of these drivers from UCRL, they're not afraid to race all of those 400 laps. So turn and burn, boys. Let's get her done.
Looks like maybe Greg Wellen could be the only one that we're not seeing out here on the track. We got 16 drivers that are ready to take the green flag. Pace car lights are out. We're set for 400 laps here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, and it's going to be interesting, and it's kind of fun. We watch the practice, and you got to see kind of who's got speed, but you don't really know because you're practicing with a draft and everything like that. So we've seen some different names at different places, and all of a sudden we're starting to see those drivers that we kind of expected to be towards the front at the front. We'll see how long though they can hang on to that front, and how this race is going to pan out. This is going to be a fun one here. Green flag is in Barney's hands. And we are racing at the UCRL Coke 600.
Away we go, and it's going to be, like I said, it's going to be a good one. And shout out to all the viewers out there right now. I had Carlos out there being the first one in here. Kelly Pointer out there, as always. Barry always supporting, and my buddy, my friend, and the man with that says it all the time, championship implications, out there watching here tonight. And definitely good to see Dylan out and about, and hopefully we'll get him back up in the booth here. Some good commentating from that guy, and he's taking a small hiatus as life does happen. So, but right now, life is happening on the track. It's Andrew Ratcliffe pushing for the front. They're just getting ahead of that 66 of Cale Spicer.
Yeah, already 2 lead changes here as Cale Spicer got to the lead, but now Andrew Ratcliffe is going to take over in that 24, and we've seen that DuPont number 24 in the front of quite a few 87 races here. And you mentioned Dylan. I'm surprised. I know Dylan's still kind of working his way back into the rig, but I'm surprised this is kind of right up his alley here to these 87 cars. I'm surprised we don't see him actually out on the track, let alone up here in the booth. But glad to have him with us here in the commentary. And again, thank you for everybody that tuned in. If you haven't done so yet, hit that like and subscribe and get you in touch with everything that Sierra has to offer. But it's going to be a nice long one here, so make sure you got a few beverages in hand and some snacks, because it's going to be a good one. But we're already on lap number 3. I mean, it's 400 laps, but these laps click by pretty quickly. I mean, 33 and a half roughly seconds per lap. I mean, it's 2 laps a minute essentially.
Guys, definitely going to go by real quick. There's with the talent out here, they're going to get these green flags runs in, and I think we're going to see a lot of them tonight. I just don't think. I think they're all in the mindset that they know they're going to be out here for 400 miles. They only have 1 fast repair, so 1 mulligan, and that's it. And you don't want to be spending it here on lap 4.
No, not at all. And not surprised that we see some of the guys at the front. I know Stouffer likes to get out there to the front, and Ratcliffe kind of the same way. It's just, now that you're at the front is at the time where you kind of settle in, because you're going to have to settle in at some point. Again, Jimmy said that these cars are filled to the brim. You have 100% fuel in these cars, so you're going to make a full run if there's no cautions until you get to the pits. And these tires are going to be screaming. I mean, well, I say that because I suck at saving tires. Plain and simple. And Jimmy, I know you can echo that very, very much. It's just saving tires is one thing, but these guys out here, especially in UCRL, they have another notch. They just have another extra. I don't know what it is, but they know how to save some tires, and you're gonna have to, because these runs are not exactly gonna be short here tonight, and unless we get any kind of cautions. But with the talent out here, I expect a lot of green flag racing.
Yeah, definitely a lot of green flag racing. I did have the opportunity to run with the UCRL, and was able to get close with my hot lap times. But they could keep my hot lap time at race pace and humbled me really quick. And, then I would just burn up my tires and fall to the back and go to the backside Eventually started getting a little better towards the end of the season. It was a lot of fun, learned a lot, and got to hang out. Like you said, it was, Scott, you get to hang out, interact with the league out here as broadcasters, and you get a chance to run with a league that you actually broadcast. It just brings you that much closer. You get to know people. You got a story behind every car or every situation, and you get a little bit of insider knowledge. So it's always good to get to know everybody, not just to come out here and be like, car such and such is in the lead, and there's a story behind it, and you keep that going throughout the season, and you provide as much information. You try to make it fun back there, and you see Greg. What I think is that Greg? I don't know who is that in the back.
I think it was Brian Greenlee in the back there.
Yeah, a little wiggle there back there by the Mountain Dew car as I'm talking, but yeah, definitely some cars out there. It does look like Greg Wellen and Matt. Well, at least Matthew Simmons is out there. He's a little bit behind, but obviously plenty of time to try to make that up. So just a late start by Matt, and we'll see if we can get Greg. If Greg's going to show up here tonight or not. But if not, you might really just want to get out there and just run with the field and get some practice in. But look at this field right now, Carl. I mean, there's not much separating them here. I'll go ahead and pull up the tower, and I'll put the gap up so everybody can kind of see. It's only 4 seconds from first to 15th.
Yeah, I think you meant to put the interval up there too. You get 2 gaps up there, so you can. I'm seeing double. I know it's a weekend, but I'm not drinking just quite yet. But
I don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing. I don't know what you're talking.
There you go. Well, anyway, it looked like there were some issues. I think with Matthew Simmons there on the initial the pace laps there. It seemed like he was having some kind of issues, and then he ended up bringing it into to pit lane on lap 1. But looks like whatever it is seems to be sorted out. But you see there on the track map, that's 17 pretty far behind the pack, but he's also 3 laps down. So in a race that we're expecting not too many cautions, he's going to need a few of them to have a chance to catch back up and actually race for a position. But as it stands right now, Christopher, Andrew Ratcliffe, Grady Gherkin, Cale Spicer, and Daniel Costa are your top 5. And then you got Lesh, Jacob Smetana, Frank Klein, Peter Smetana, and Burris going to round out your top 10.
Yeah, a few of those drivers move around a little bit. You talked about Grady Gherkin up 5 spots at in P3, along with Christopher up 5 spots. So obviously a little better pace, and just now, especially being out front, it's nice being out front. You get all that clean air, and you don't have to worry about. We
have an issue on the front stretch, and that is actually going to bring out our first caution. I guess I spoke it into existence, so I apologize to all the drivers involved in here, but it looks like possibly the 33 of Frank Klein and it was the 72 of David Pachal. We'll see here. Looks like the 33 getting wicked loose off of turn number 4, smacks the wall, and somehow the 25 there, Peter Smetana gets on by, as does the 811, but you see that car is extremely damaged, comes up and clips the back end of Pachal, and that's going to send him around through the grass as well. But big, heavy impact there to the 33. It looks like the 72, maybe not too much damage there, just kind of spinning around. A little damage on that maybe left rear and the back, and of course, as I say that, front end decides to fall off. For a second, it looks like it popped back on there. But I think for that 33 of Klein, he's going to definitely need to use that fast repair pretty early here, or he's going to be trying to find a way to keep up pace.
Yeah, so 13 laps in first caution, not too bad. Obviously, it wasn't like it was contact, like any contact. It was just the tires getting warm and maybe pushing it just a little bit harder than they needed to. And these cars definitely have enough power to bring the rear end around. So just kind of seeing here who might take that pit lane. It looks like the top 3 are going to stay out, but we're going to start with Cale Spicer, and it looks like the rest of the gang, they're going to come down in, top on off. This is going to start playing into a little bit of strategy towards the end, Carl. You don't need a drafting partner here. I mean, obviously helps, and it can help you maybe save some fuel, but this is right here. I was already going to split up the field just a little bit. It looks like almost 50-50 for the drivers coming in and the drivers staying out. So fuel strategy and when things are going to happen are now offset.
Yeah, and the draft isn't going to mean that much. I mean, you want to be in the pack because that draft is going to mean a little bit, especially on the straightaways. But, excuse me, when it comes to like we've seen the 17, kind of being back there and, off the group. He wasn't exactly, losing time hand over fist. It was just that he wasn't with the group. He was just 3 laps down, but he's going to get one of those laps back here. So now at least for Matthew Simmons, he's back to 2 laps down. Just needs a couple more to be able to get in there. And battle it out with these guys. But you see Klein having to pit with that 33. He is now down 1 lap as well there in 15th. But Stouffer, Ratcliffe, and Gherkin are going to come out there for your top 3. And then Lesh and Jacob Smetana are going to be your top 5 for this restart. But we've seen a lot of the guys just kind of hanging out on that bottom. I feel like this is just the time right now that you're kind of in cruise mode. I don't think there's anybody that's looking to make any kind of crazy moves unless they feel like they got more in the tank and the guy in front of them is holding them up and they're dropping off the pace here a little bit. I think this is more along the lines of just let's get to the second half of the race, then we'll start trying to figure out some strategy and start figuring out who's got what under the hood.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, a lot of these, obviously, these early laps, there's just putting the time in. And can you, after 400 laps or 250 laps, do you still have the endurance? Is your mind still in the right place to, make those decisions, the pit stops, hitting your marks, getting on the brakes, feathering your throttle, all those things start adding up and, can really wear a driver down. Last night, just for instance, for endurance sakes, I went ahead and participated in one of the iRacing's official small endurance series that they have. Is 2 hours and 40 minutes at Sebring and an LMP2, and it's you're so excited at the rip, but then things happen, and then down after the 2 hour mark, you just start seeing some of them top drivers maybe make a mistake, and the next thing you know, they're in the wall. So definitely can really wear down on your endurance and just being out there. And the reason I like doing those is because I do participate a lot in the special events, the 12 hours, the 24 hours, and all that stuff, and that's just really what I like to do. But the endurance race here tonight with the 600 is about to get back underway. It's Chris Stouffer gets on that loud pedal to take the lead here initially. With looks like Grady Gherkin looked like he spun the tires there.
Yeah, the 46 dropping like a rock on the inside. Looks like he's finally got it under control here. But a rough start for the 46. Going to drop all the way back to 7th position. But a good start from the inside there. The 13 of Chris Stouffer gets back out to the lead, as Ratcliffe is going to be right there in 2nd. And now Jake Lesh up into 3rd place as field spreads out here a little bit on this restart. And our first restart here, we've got it around here. We've got it clean through the lap here, and it's kind of the first test for these drivers. We say it more often than not. The whole cautions breed cautions and everything like that. And the reason that's the case is, as a driver, if you're buried in the pack, or even if you're back half of the top 10, and you feel like you have a better car than that, it's your chance to kind of pick off multiple cars right away. And you see, once this field spreads out, the top 3 now stretching out, to gain a 10th or 2 a lap, that's huge. But if you can pass a car or 2 per lap, obviously you're going to try and take that opportunity, and that's unfortunately why a lot of times cautions breed cautions. But field's starting to spread out here a little bit after this restart, so it's a good thing, and we're back underway. Maybe not a necessarily good thing for Klein or Simmons, as they wouldn't mind a couple more cautions to get back up there. But as it stands, we still got 16 cars out there in the race, and it is all led by that 13 of Stouffer.
And a small breakaway from some of these drivers, not too far. You can look back from Jake Lesh that's sitting there in P3 to Jacob Smetana. So not too far back, but kind of still in range, and just maybe not getting involved. Maybe just Jake just using a little bit of a more of a relaxed approach, and be like, eventually they're going to burn up their tires or reheat them back up, and I'll catch back up to you here shortly. So. But right now it is all, like you said, Chris Stouffer heading this thing out, leading the way here on lap 19 of 400.
And you mentioned we got kind of an international field here. That the nice thing about this race starting at 4 o'clock is it allows some of our European iRacers to get into this race. And we got 3 drivers, the Smetanas and Pachal from Czech Republic. Got Daniel Costa out there from I believe it's Spain, Portugal area, and then Cale Spicer from the Great White North up in Canada. So bit of a international field out here right now. But so right now it is Stouffer, Ratcliffe, and Lesh that are trying to stretch out there, but it seems like Smetana maybe starting to reel them in just a little bit. And it's one of those things where you want to keep it in touch. The draft maybe isn't that huge, that big here at Charlotte, but you don't want drivers to just get out there to the point where you feel like you have to push a little bit harder to actually run them down. As get a little closer between Zeems and Spicer, as Spicer looks to try and move himself back up into the top 5. As it looks like the 33 is trying to work his way through the field and get that lap back the hard way.
Yeah,
38, yes.
This is 38, yeah, 38 of Brian Greenlee, and I just
33 is right behind him as well.
Yeah, definitely stepping that rear end out to the side, and that can add up quickly to wearing down them tires. And unfortunately, if you see the 38 dropping back a little sooner than he wants to, that could be the reason. Just getting that right rear kind of out of shape. But right now he is sitting in that 8th spot, up 8 spots. One of the drivers that started towards the back, actually in the back. And then you have, we talked about Ken Zeems up 8 spots as well in that number 90.
Already starting at lap number 23, as we had one caution here so far, but it's been green since, and still trying to wait and find out, kind of how these cars handle on this long run. Obviously, we haven't had having that back end step out, and you wonder if that was just from him particularly pushing the car maybe a little bit hard. As you see, the 33 right there was the initial cause of the caution last time, and he's out there in the high line. But we got a car sideways. Looks like Jake Lesh on the front stretch.
Another caution out there.
I think everybody got through there. I didn't think anybody else got tagged along the way. And, man, that was a troublesome spot to be in, as that 7 was sideways coming into the quad. Looks like there is some damage there as well. But it was the 72. We'll take a look at it here again. As battling at the front here, you see Smetana catching back up, and it looks like Lesh was looking to the inside, but actually it was Stouffer that got loose, and looked like some net code there to me, Jimmy. As the 19 took some heavy impact to the front of that car. Again, somehow the 7, for the most part, I think, got through here pretty cleanly.
Yeah, he just locked it up, and you can see them tires not moving at all. He's just standing on the brakes. So hopefully just keep control of that car. Nobody got tagged right by a 25. So a little bit extra damage on the rear, but all in all, not too bad for the 7. At least they'll be able to keep it rolling and get back into this. But it sucks when netcode plays a small part in things that happen here in one of these races. So 25 laps of the 400 already down, and Jake Lesh finding himself in a place need to use that the guys in the pits to get some of those repairs done. But if you look over there on the tower that I brought up, you can see that everybody headed for the pits and now coming back out. So we'll see where everything kind of falls into play here, and I think Jake is kind of trying to assess the situation and what he needs to do there with the 7, whether it's worth the going in and taking repairs now or what. So we'll see what Jake decides to do. I'm sure he's still trying to figure out if that 7's really, really hurt or not. Just kind of looking at it go by. It doesn't look too bad. Got some damage on the back, though, so I'm wondering how that 7's going to feel going around the corners.
Well, and we've seen these back ends step out, and now all of a sudden you have a car that doesn't exactly have that back end tied down to the ground. So yeah, I don't blame Jake Lesh for coming in here. If I'm the crew chief here, I'm probably not taking the fast repair. I mean, there's damage to that car, but I think you try and take as much damage as possible here under this caution, and hopefully it doesn't kill you on speed and you drop off the back of the pack, and all of a sudden you get a green flag run, and maybe you're out of the race. So I mean, it's tough. It's tough to make that decision, especially when there's only one fast repair. We'll see him pull into the pits here, and he is going to use that fast repair. So I mean, it's tough. I mean, it's just a rough situation. You don't want to use it this early in the race. I mean, we're only on lap number 26 right now as we're getting ready to go back green. But if you feel like it's going to be that much down on power, or that much of a handful out there, you kind of have to just bite the bullet. But we're going to get this thing back under green. It is going to be Cale Spicer and John Burris on the front row, Christopher Andrew Ratcliffe on row 2, and then Daniel Costa and Grady Gherkin rounding out row number 3 as they come down the backstretch.
Yeah, it's nice and slow down the backstretch, right, getting ready to take that green flag yet again for the third time. But the 66 will lead the way there with Cale Spicer. It looks like the 811 now on the outside, John Burris. So biggest mover right now is Brian Greenlee, still moving at number 38 forward as well. And then he's sitting back there in P number 7 in the Mountain Dew car. So you'll see the 33 is the Skull Bandit car, and the 38 is the Mountain Dew car. So pretty easy to get mixed up with the kind of the same green colors. But right now it's going to be all Cale Spicer getting ready to take the green flag here on lap number 26.
And he is back on the lap pedal. We are racing again here in the UCRL Coke 600. Great start here on the inside of Spicer. Going to stretch it out to half a second lead already heading into turn number 1. Stouffer is going to keep that inside line going. He's going to move himself into second place as Ratcliffe now battles with John Burris, who's going to be starting to slip back here now. Ratcliffe's teammate there, Grady Gherkin, giving a little shove into turn number 3. And that's something we haven't really talked about too much is, there's only 16 cars out here in the pack, but there's certainly some guys that race together as teams. Obviously, we've seen, Ratcliffe and Gherkin put in one heck of a battle for the championship this past season in the UCRL, but they are teammates as well. So I'm not surprised to see them working together here. And then, I'm sure we got a lot of other teams out there that are, working together, maybe, not so much just yet, but, when it comes to that strategy, if we get these long green flag runs, we'll see if we get little pockets of teams coming in together. But right now, it is Stouffer out front, Ratcliffe, Gherkin trying to make a move here on Spicer on the inside for third.
Yeah, definitely things mixing it up in the out front here on lap 29, and a lot of good racing throughout the field. So I keep going back in the field, the side-by-side action as much as possible, because you never know who's out there that you'd like to see win and who's watching, want to see your favorite drivers. But if you're out there watching, you got a favorite driver, or you just got somebody you would like to see, let us know in the chat, and they'll definitely get in some TV time and show you how your favorite driver might be doing. Obviously, you got a shout out there for Grady Gherkin from Barry. It's currently sitting in P number 3, trailing Andrew Ratcliffe, a sight that we've seen many times. Either way, whether this is the 24 out front of 46 or the 46 out in front of the 24, but I've seen these two drivers battle over and over again. We'll go back here. Just want to give some of these other drivers some TV time as well. I see the 19 of Jacob Smetana getting involved in that incident. It was running up front, so gonna have to work just a little bit. I don't know if he took his fast repair or not, but definitely has a lot of work to do as he's currently in P11. So here's Frankie at? Frankie Captain Caveman.
Yeah, 33 is now back on the lead lap, up to 12th right now. And I was trying to see. I think the 17 of Matthew Simmons may have gotten another lap back as well. So I believe he's either one lap down or he's certainly right there in the AEC. Both Simmons and Lesh. Not sure what happened to Lesh. I don't know why he went down a lap, because it looked like he was he was in the lead when he came into the pits there. So that's kind of strange. That might have missed something, but it looks like both Simmons and Lesh, the only ones one lap down. The other 14 are on the lead lap. But it's been a pretty good one here, and we still got a long way to go. I mean, we're not even a tenth of the way through this race right here, so it's got a lot to play out still. But it looks like a little battle maybe between the teammates here of Ratcliffe and Gherkin. It seems like Gherkin kind of wants to go. It looks like he's pressuring that 24 a little bit, or maybe he's just really tucking in and getting some super fuel saving.
Every little benefit matters, and with these cars, it's tenths or hundredths a lap. And they'll just keep building up over and over again, and whether it's the wear and tear in a tire or whatnot. But to see Grady Gherkin getting around a 24 of Andrew Ratcliffe to take Pete number 2 away, there's starting to get a little bit of pressure there by Daniel Costa in 4th place to put some pressure on that number 24, and then Ken Zeems back there in the 90 looking to continue his charge forward as well. And we'll go back here to P number 6 is Green Tree. Where's the trees? Green tree, green grass, green.
There's the Jimmy that I missed right there. I mean, I thought the Zachary was going to be good for me, but there we go. Green tree. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. That's a Jimmy I know and love here, but yeah, it's a pretty good one here, and you see the field maybe starting to spread out here just a little bit as we got a bit of a breakaway there at the front with the top 5, and then you got another 2 seconds back, but it looks like the 33. Frank Klein going to be involved in another one here. I don't see any damage, at least on the side here, the 33, but we'll see if this was another situation to get a little loose coming out of turn 4. It seems like that's the trouble spot here tonight.
Oh, 33 out of 25?
Yeah, maybe getting a little help there from the 25. I think the 25 had a bit of a run, went down to the bottom, and unfortunately the door got closed there from the 33.
Yeah, 33 just coming down late. Pushes that 25 below the apron, and the 25 doing what they could to keep control of that car, because that's a hard spot right there, Carl. The car will, especially if you're at the bottom, will get upset, and 25 did a good job just kind of maintaining his speed with what room he was given. But Frankie finds himself tied up with the wall once again here on lap 34.
So for some of you fans out there for CRN and have been stuck with us for quite some time, you know that each year we do a Coke 600 for CRN. This year is going to be the third running of it. Once we get to that point in the year, it's usually about halfway through the year when we run it. But you'll notice some of the names out here tonight are pretty familiar. If you watched the last year's Coke 300 for CRN, as we had Cale Spicer take home the win, excuse me, and that one Peter Smetana came home in 2nd, Jacob Smetana in there in 5th, Grady Gherkin finished 8th. So a lot of these drivers certainly are not new to these 87s, not new to some longer races here at Charlotte as well. So we'll see how this thing plays out. But there's certainly some familiar names out there. Again, if you're fans of CRN and watching these endurance races here at Charlotte for sure. But right now it is Stouffer, Gherkin, Costa, Zeems, and Green Lee in the top 5.
The first part of the race here is, obviously working in on our getting to that 50 mark there, and that will lead us into, let's see, that would be an eighth of the way done. So definitely a lot of racing left here tonight, and these drivers obviously not getting involved, but obviously this starts stretching things out. They do have a pretty good window here as long as they can run. If I pull up the session state, they have a full 5 hours to run this and get this event in, Carl. So right now, not in danger of going over that time, but something to look at. And I know most people that set up races, they kind of look at how long it should take, and they give that buffer. I don't know what the golden rule is. I'm like, all right, it's just going to be 30 extra minutes than what it should be. and then the race just stops to kind of keep the drivers from. Well, the one race is ended up being like 8 hours, because these races, when you race them in iRacing, these officials, and if they're caution after caution after caution, these races can turn into something that you don't want to be sitting in the car. It ends up being a 5-hour race, for a 50-lap race because of so many cautions. So definitely it can stretch things out pretty quickly. But right now we're on lap 38 of 400. No danger of any time crunch as of yet, and I don't believe that's going to be an issue. Like I said, all the cautions for the most part have been just a one car or somebody getting some little bit of damage. But yeah, it's going to kind of throw things off here, Carl. I really don't know what to say about pit stops and when they're when they're actually supposed to be. And if I know UCRL. Like I know I have. If I look at their pre-race briefings, they might have it in there.
Well, in the meantime, we are back to green flag racing. Another great start from the leader this time. Stouffer gets a pretty massive start here as he is going to pull into the lead. Gherkin in second, and then Costa is going to slide now into third place, heading into turn number 1. And yeah, I mean, we've had everybody in the pits at least once now throughout the race under these cautions. But the top half of the field, the top looks like 6, actually 7 out of the top 10 did not come into the pits this time. So we'll see how this plays out here, and especially on the long run, which hopefully we do start to get some long ones. We're not too worried about the time crunch here. Again, 5 hours on tap here for tonight. It would be the max, but as long as they're clicking off 40 laps, every 30 minutes, they'll be good. And we've had a few cautions now in the beginning, as almost had another one there. On the backstretch, as Andrew Ratcliffe looked to go in the middle of both Greenlee and Spicer there, but luckily for him and for everybody out there, he decided to back out of it. But yeah, I mean, we're kind of right about at that half-hour mark at the first 40 minutes here, or the first 40 laps. So right on that 5-hour mark as of right now. But I think once these drivers kind of settle into these cars, once the track temperature comes down a little bit and it's a little bit more grip out there, I think the race is going to get a little bit longer in the teeth, and maybe some long green flag runs here yet.
Yeah, plenty of time to get some long green flag runs, and right now the drivers have not had to worry about pit entries and pit stops and whatnot, but definitely can play a huge factor here. If and when, I'm gonna say when, these drivers finally run the tank to empty and need to get fuel here. But you see that 24 tucked right up underneath that number 38 of Brian Greenlee, trying to move the 24 forward. You see him getting loose just a little bit, so maybe when letting off the gas just a little bit, just kind of frees up that car, but able to dive it right down to the bottom there, coming down the front stretch to make the pass for P number 5.
Yeah, like Jimmy mentioned earlier, if you got a favorite driver out there, make sure you let us know who you want to get some TV time out there, or let us know who you think is going to win this thing. Obviously, Barry going with Grady Gherkin out there. But, all the other fans out there that are watching right now, who do you think is going to take this thing down? It's quite a long ways to go yet. So, I mean, just about everybody in the field here still has a chance. It looks like, unfortunately for the 33, Frank Klein back in the pits and possibly out of the race. I think that 33 maybe just a little bit too much damage, or a little bit too much of a handful with what he's gone through here tonight. So I believe the 33 may be calling it a quits here tonight. But at the front, it is Stouffer, Costa, Ratcliffe, Gherkin, and Zeems for your top 5. And then you got Greenlee, Burris, Simmons, Spicer, and Zaccardo for your top 10.
Not mistaken, I think. I think you can go about 70 laps, I think, with the full fuel on this tire, or on these tracks.
Which is what's going to be interesting, because you see 12 laps in between these last pit stops for these drivers. You see it right there, majority of them came in either on lap number 24 or lap number 36. So if this thing does stretch out, if you have two different teammates on two different strategies. Do they decide to still come in together or not? I mean, this early in the race, the first 100, 200 laps, strategy kind of not really that big of a factor. You're really worried about those last 50 laps or so is where you really need to kind of focus your energy on, get to that last 50 to really have the best strategy in hand at that point. But we got a long way to go. We haven't even clicked off our first 50 yet, but Ratcliffe now to the lead as Stouffer gets a little edgy there coming off in turn number 2, but does collect it and we stay green.
And so 24 out front, and the 46 was almost able to capitalize on Stifler getting a little bit loose there as well as he closed down the gap. But right now, Andrew Ratcliffe looked like in the half a second lead that he's got going on right now here on lap 47-40. But yeah, we were talking about I'm just always curious, because sometimes I don't get a chance to get out there and see how long or how much fuel how long it will last out there, and it's just a long time, because if you ever drive these cars, and here a tank of fuel, the 70 to 75 laps, like you burn so much tire in these little sprint races that iRacing has for officials, and they're like 25, 30 laps or 40 laps or whatever, and then you come back in, your tires are like 60%, 50%, so definitely a big difference, from when you finish a race with that amount of tire. Now double your time in the car and double the wear on your tire. Can you control one of these monsters out here on these tracks? So it's just to watch these drivers continue to do it lap after lap, because it's not the smoothest of rides. The car floats around all over the place. Got tons of power, and it's really easy to burn up tires. So there's just a lot of things that the drivers need to do, and gonna say it probably a lot here tonight. Obviously, 400 laps, just working on completing lap 49 here. Next time around, we will start lap number 50. But right now, Andrew Ratcliffe leading the way over Grady Gherkin. Matthew Simmons finds himself in P number 3. Then Daniel Costa there in P number 4. Christopher, John Burns, Brian Greenlee, Ken Zeems, Matt Zaccardo, and Cale Spicer for your top 10.
Yeah, how about it there for the 17 of Simmons? Basically started this race 3 laps down. He had some issues at the beginning of the race. Not sure exactly what it was, but came in on lap number 1. Took him 3 laps down till he finally got back out there, and some fortunate cautions for him. Got him back on the lead lap, and now got him up into the podium spots right now, up in the 3rd place. So great drive there, and great patience and understanding that this thing is far, far, far from over. So he stuck it out, and now battling up there in 4th place. But taking a look back at the little slip up there from Stouffer as he's starting to slide back here just a little bit now outside the top 5. One thing I do remember, it's been a while since I ran these 87s. One thing I do remember is, just like any car, but especially in this car for some reason, you get those tires angry, and it takes a while for them to just calm back down. So you get that back end, step it out just a little bit in one of these corners, and you see that smoke coming off the back of those tires coming out of a corner. It could take 2-3 laps till you finally get them back down into to a reasonable temperature that you can start pushing again. So it's not just about making that save and getting that back end out there sideways and saving it, and okay, we're good to go. I mean, you see right there, Stouffer still working that wheel and trying to get that thing back under control, because I think those tires are just maybe a little bit angry with him.
Yeah, nothing like making some tires angry, and as you leave that rubber on the track, trying to leave just at least the rubber on the track and not the car and the wall. So it's just part of the race, and one slip up is what other drivers are waiting for, others to happen. The talent is pretty equal from the front to the back of the field. Obviously, you got a few drivers that are out right now, but definitely more that still on the track, and it's a good amount of drivers. I think it's not overwhelming amount of drivers, because then you'd have you get an officials, Carl, and you have 35, 40, or whatever the number of cars on the track, and that's where a lot of the cautions, obviously cautions breed cautions, because one, nobody knows anybody unless you're like running a higher split, and usually the higher split drivers are at least know of each other or race against each other, sometime. But when you're in that kind of that middle of the pack where everybody's out there, and like almost every time you go in a race, unless you're running races back to back to back to back, every time you do a race, you're probably going to have other drivers or different drivers around you. So it's just really hard to get really good and, to drive around other people. Here, being with the same drivers lap after lap, if you're following somebody for a certain amount of time, when they're going to lift or when they're going to brake. You kind of know their driving line. And then obviously if somebody gets a run on you, you're more than likely just going to let them go, because right now it's way too early to like really push. You're not going to give stuff up. I mean, you're going to try to defend your line a little bit, but you're not just going to roll over and then go to the back of the field. But definitely, you can see these drivers here still racing 2x2 here. The Christopher on the outside and the 38 there. Brian, excuse me, Greenlee. Ooh, Christopher down that apron.
Those rear tires are not happy with him, and they're showing their anger as he does save it and gets back up on the track. But you can see it is not going to be easy sledding for that 13. And yeah, you mentioned not only running in with different drivers out there, as you see, you can't just get back up on the track and hammer down, because those tires are hot. They are heated up. They're slick. But I know there's some drivers that just prefer to race one vehicle, and that's it. They just prefer the A car or the 87s or the trucks or Xfinity, whatever it might be. But me personally, I like to run different things, and I know for the longest time we had a series that we ran literally something different every week, and it's to me that's more fun than running the same thing over and over again. It gets you a more well-rounded driver by doing that, but in the same case, you're not really digging into that one car, whether it's the 87s or whether it's the trucks or anything like that. You're not really digging in and learning everything about that vehicle. As there is potentially another yellow, and yes, it is. It looks like the 19 getting a little help. There was some close racing, and Stouffer did not see the 19 sideways, ends up smacking the wall, and that's going to bring us under another caution. Some close racing there between the 38, the 19, the 66, the 60, all under a blanket right there, and just a little nudge, a little slide up there from the 38.
Yeah, you can see that 38. That left front tire goes below that blue line, and that upsets it. And he brings it back up, tries to bring it up slowly, but brings him up faster than he wants to. Tags that rear end of the 19, sends him around.
I don't know if that was necessarily him bringing that thing up there. I think it was from him getting down on the apron. It shot him up there. I think
I keep forgetting we're actually in slow mode, so you can kind of like
that thing shot him up there, up into the 19, unfortunately. But it looks like everybody getting away here pretty cleanly. Even the 19, the one that spun around, didn't look like he had too much damage. But as we ride on board here with Christopher, and I think this is probably in part to those tires. If he had better tires and maybe could cut it down there on the apron to avoid the crash, may not have got involved here, but a hard impact there for Stouffer. He's probably going to need to use one of those faster pairs.
Yeah, it's unfortunately, but a lot of the drivers coming down, Carl. Pretty much the whole field here. I'll bring up the tower here to show you who's still out there. And it looks like every single driver has come down the pit lane except Stouffer. Maybe trying to see who's staying out and whether he wants to take that fast repair or not. But not quite sure why. Maybe just doesn't want to be in the middle or wants to be put in the back afterwards. I don't know how they're working. There's lots of drivers usually once you get in and you have the first opportunity to come in, you take it. But yeah, you can see that front right tire just steering to the right.
Yeah, I don't think it should be pushed in as far as it is as well. I mean, other than that, if you weren't looking inside that tire well, I think you'd say, okay, the car isn't really too bad, but and that front end and that tire kind of tell the story right there. That 40 race wear Buick for Christopher, and I would assume you're probably going to see him come into the pits here. Maybe he stayed out an extra lap just so he has a little bit more time when he comes down pit road to maybe get this thing done without using a fast repair. We're only on lap number 60 here, so we still got plenty of racing here. And again, if you don't have to use that fast repair, you love to save it, but it's tough when, if it's just bodywork damage, sure, go ahead and not use a fast repair. But when you get a wheel that's kind of stuffed in the wheel well there, you probably want to use that fast repair.
Yeah, he's just gonna go ahead and bring it down and probably take them repairs and go ahead and just out of curiosity, what are you gonna do, Chris? What are you gonna do? That's why it's a lot of time with these longer races, Carl. It really is hard to be like, this person's gonna win, and then fast repair taken for the 13 and some fresh tires. So definitely probably well needed here on lap 61 of 400. Working our way to getting up to that quarter-way mark there, or first 100 laps in the books here shortly. Only 39 more laps to go. Won't take too much longer to get there, but right now a few early cautions working here, but so far so good here at Charlotte for this 400 lap main event for the equal 600 miles. Now, is that 600 miles on the blue line, Carl, or 600 miles along the wall?
You're testing me here. We got the time. I can look it up for sure. that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, I feel like there's like every track. It almost seems like is different. Some measure the quickest way around all the way down on that blue as to how big the track is. Some measure it all the way out to the wall. Some measure it right down kind of the middle of the track. I feel like. I know they got engineers building these tracks and everything like that, but I feel like, okay, well, I want a mile and a half track. Well, we build it to 1.56. Well, okay, where can we measure it that it's 1.5? And that's kind of where they go with it. Well, we're going to get back going green here as the 46 of Gherkin is your new leader. He's on the loud pedal, and we are racing again here in the UCRL. Coke 600. Ratcliffe in second, Daniel DaCosta in third. Simmons up there battling it with John Burris for fourth and fifth. Then you got Sierra Enzone, Joe Sullivan up there in sixth place. We'll try and get him in here at some point, maybe under the next caution here. We'll talk to the driver of the 15, see how he's faring out there. I know these are certainly his favorite cars on iRacing. He loves these 87s, and he loves just about everything about it, as it looks like Stouffer is going to come back into pit lane. Not sure what's going on here with the 13. If he smacked the wall again, as 19 or the 90 goes up there on the wall a little bit. But Stouffer into the pits. This is certainly not going to be good, as I don't see anything on the driver's side. I think if anything, it'd be on the outside if he smacked the wall up again or not. But no more fast repairs, so this is either going to be sitting there and repairing this thing. I mean, it looks pretty clean, so not sure what exactly is going on. If he just needs to step out for a second, or what the case is. He may need some.
Would you get if you left the pits too fast? Would that give him a penalty?
Possibly. I think he was. I don't know if he was actually caught up with the field. I think there was some kind of issues. I was looking for him on the track map to see where he was. I didn't see him, so yeah, that might have been exactly what it was. It might have been a stop and go penalty there, but either way, he's back on the track. He is going to be one lap down, and the only car one lap down right now is 14 are on the lead lap, and right now it is Andrew Ratcliffe pushing his teammate Grady Gherkin at the front. And then you got Costa, Simmons, Burris, Zaccardo for your top six. And then Greenlee, Sullivan doing battle for 7th and 8th. Jacob Smetana in 9th, and then Jake Lesh up there in 10th.
It all sounds good here, and just to kind of make sure we can keep the entertainment going, we're going to go ahead and let's fire these guys up just a little bit and give you a little bit of love to hear it while we give Carl and myself the opportunity to maybe stretch your legs just for a second, and we'll be right back. away for a quick second, and it looks like things have gotten lively here as Matt Zaccardo looks like he got into something interesting here. We'll go ahead and check out what happened with Matt and that number 60, and just the rear end breaks away from, it gets sideways. Looks like everybody is able to make a by, keeps it off the wall, so nothing but some angry tires for that 60, fortunately, and we'll get things rolling back here yet again to keep this monstrous 400 lap race going. But right now your leader is Grady Gurka with Andrew Ratcliffe in P number 2. Daniel Costa has moved up into 3rd. Matt Simmons is the story here, as he was a few laps down here early, is up in P number 4. Brian Greenlee, I have to say overall probably, you know, somebody to watch. Been quietly kind of sneaking their way up towards the front. Currently sitting in P number 5. Jacob Smetana there in 6th. Jake Lesh back in 7th. Matt Zaccardo is in 8th. And John Burris is in 9th. Cale Spicer in 10th. So definitely heating things up here. Some drivers heating their tires up. If you look over there, I do have the weather pulled up. At the very bottom on the right-hand side is the track temperature. Track temperature is at 119 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's a pretty hefty number. It definitely plays big when it comes to tire wear, and iRacing is huge as far as track temperature goes. I know that you can be out here on a 90-degree track and you could probably run, you know, 3 or 4 tenths faster to get around here at Charlotte. So those track temperatures really can affect not only tire wear, but obviously the speed and everything else that goes on here. But we are now just across the line working on lap number 70 here at Charlotte, and we'll get good back on green here in just a minute.
iRacing here, getting ready to complete lap number 76 here in the UCRL Coke 600. It is Grady Gherkin, Andrew Ratcliffe, Daniel Costa for your top 3, and then you got Simmons, Greenlee for your top 5. Lesh Burris, Jacob Smetana, Spicer, Zeems, rounding out your top 10 as we still got 15 cars out there, all in the lead lap. Big slide down there from Zaccardo. Looks like he's gonna save it for the most part. Low slap of the inside wall, but he's gonna get back up on the track. We're gonna stay green. And that's kind of been the talking points for this race so far, as we've had a few cautions up to this point, but none of them really, that major. I think the biggest one was possibly Klein on the front stretch when he kind of destroyed the wall there and destroyed his front end in the quad oval. But other than that, I mean, it hasn't really been multi-car wrecks necessarily. I mean, it's usually one car just kind of losing control, losing the back end, and maybe another car kind of clips him along the way. But all in all, it's been some pretty clean racing, and it's really just been that back end, those back tires stepping out when they get a little bit angry. And once they get a little bit angry, if you're not kind and speaking sweet nothings in their ears, they're just going to be meansy. The next few laps is getting a little closer for second place.
And Daniel Costa Andrew Ratcliffe holding off Daniel Costa there for P2. It's on the screen right now, and you see the 51 getting alongside the 24. You did notice back here, you see Matthew Simmons up front there for a little bit, now starting to fall back. So sure sign of some overdriven tires, and you see the car washing up, and looks like he's going to get taken 3 wide there.
Another one sliding sideways in the back there as well. Looked like it was Ken Zeems, and he's going to take it through the grass here on the front stretch. Yeah, it seems like once these cars get to about maybe 10-15 laps in the run, seems to be that sweet spot for those back tires to just kind of hold up a middle finger pretty much as they start getting a little bit angry. So I'm not sure if it's just from overdriving, if it's from the heat of this track. I mean, it's not exactly cool out there right now, Jimmy. I mean, the track, the ambient temperature is not that bad, but the track temperature is still up there at 121 degrees, and that's not exactly something that keeps those tires nice and cool.
No, I was talking about that just a little bit, and I was playing a big part. And I think you're about right, Carl. And usually that's about right, So you said something about 12, 15 laps. If you were to go out here with any car and you could literally just drive the pants off or the tires off the car at about 10 or 15 laps, where the tires don't become responsive, they're slick, they push, you're sliding around all over the place, you get on the gas, you're spinning, and that's the magic with a lot of the drivers here from UCRL, being able to manage that point, like living on that edge of the tire, that heat barrier, to keep control of these cars. And not that we haven't seen some of the drivers at UCRL work their pants off with wheeling these cars, or any of the cars that they drive on the track, living on the edge there with tire wear. But yeah, the 51 not giving up there. Daniel Costa continues to look to that inside. This time has the momentum. Has got 24 clear almost.
We're going to fight back on the outside, still side by side for second place, and that's allowing the 19 of Jacob Smetana to slide his way back up into this battle as well. But yeah, I mean, you almost, this early in the race, you don't even want to think about edges. You can't be close to that edge. You can't be close to that heat barrier. You have to try to do everything that you can to just keep these tires underneath you, because you don't want to be that person that brings out that next caution, or you don't want to be that person that slides a little bit sideways, maybe doesn't even bring out a caution like we've seen with Zaccardo, going down and smacking the inside wall. He had to come into the pits under green here and try and service that car. That's as much as you want to get in that car and go fast. Right now, it's all about endurance, and really the biggest endurance is not necessarily the drivers, it's the tires. You got to keep those tires good all the way to the end. It's very close driving there. There's all 3 cars under a blanket here for second as Smetana now joins the fray.
Yeah, we've seen Smetana up there, so we know that he has speed. He's obviously getting caught up in an incident earlier, but now back in position to be starting to fight for the front. And The 46 of Grady Gherkin, obviously, I'm sure he's glancing in the mirror or see where his competitors are right now. I'm sure he's just trying to put some good, fast laps in consistently to maybe eventually get out to a little bit of a lead. But these first 5 drivers are letting him go. So those 5 drivers would be Grady Gherkin, Andrew Ratcliffe, Jake Smetana, Daniel Costa, and Cale Spicer for your top 5. And then we have a little bit of a gap, almost 2 seconds, Carl. Back to Jake Lesh sitting P number 6 with David Pajackle and number 38, Brian Greenley. So definitely a little bit of different groups breaking out, and that first 5 is really starting to step away just a little bit of lap 86 of 400.
Yeah, getting close to about 20 laps now since their last pit stops for some of these drivers, and even further for other ones that didn't pit on this last caution. So I think that's why you're starting to see these tires just kind of let these drivers know that they're there. They're not happy about it, but they're still there. So I mean, if that's what's happening after 20 laps. We're figuring they're gonna have to go at least another 40 after that. So you really got to be cautious. You really got to be careful about it. And of course, you want to be up there. You want to be battling for the lead. As we do have a new leader now, as Jacob Smetana takes that 19 to the front end. Man, he looking to battle right behind him as teammates now going at it with Gherkin on the outside. Looks like he's more content, just kind of sliding back right now. And I'm really surprised, and I'm not sure if maybe it's just how the car is set up, but I'm surprised that highline isn't working as much as we typically see it. I mean, here at Charlotte, usually there's kind of 2 different lines. There's the one on the bottom, and then there's the one on the top. But you don't really see too many guys utilizing that top line, at least at this point in the race.
And it might just be the way they're driving right now, Carl. Obviously, just trying to tiptoe around here. The tires are starting to be a little antsy or pushy, or not getting the grip they need on that outside. Maybe it's just they need a little more track wear or rubber on the track in order to make that outside groove work. But right now, not working like you think it would, like you said. Because I know a lot of times you come out here and it's down to the bottom in turns 1 and 2, and then usually riding close to the wall 2, 3, and 4. So. It's definitely a trick here tonight, and definitely they haven't gotten that outside to work just yet as the battle still continues here. Grady Gherkin sliding back there to P number 5, and there's one thing that Grady will do. If the car starts going, he's not going to hold people up. He's not going to give positions away, but he's not going to hold people up. He'd rather be safe, and eventually that car will either come back to him, or he'll just bide his time until that pit stop happens. But yeah, we're looking at about if we stay green, we're looking at maybe pit stops, I would say right around lap 130-ish mark. So probably at least another 40 laps out there.
Well, meanwhile, someone that looked like he wasn't waiting around was Jacob Smetana, as he stretched out to half a second lead and even got out there to about 0.6 of a second lead. As looks like Ratcliffe maybe finally kind of keeping that in tow and keeping within the drafting range and not letting Smetana get away too far. But he's certainly got that 19 hooked up pretty nicely right now, and nice and comfortable up front. One thing we haven't really talked about is the aero wash from these cars. It's not exactly fun, and that's why you see even the drivers that are down on the bottom going through these corners, they're not exactly in line, because it's tough to be directly in line behind somebody in these corners. That the car's going to want to wash up because of the dirty air coming off the car in front. So you'll see the drivers kind of dip up a little bit higher, or more preferably kind of get that front left just down a little bit lower than that car in front of you to try and help get a little extra downforce to push that front end down just a little bit and help it kind of stick through that corner. As looks like Ken Zeems had a bit of an issue in the 90 as he went off track, and now he's going through pit lane. And again, just some angry tires going through the quad oval here. It's going to slide it sideways and do a little lawn maintenance for everyone here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, but not exactly what he had in mind here tonight, as he's going to drive it into the pits, probably get a penalty for that, unfortunately. But, I mean, he kept the thing clean. I think a penalty is the least of its concerns at this point. Still a lot of racing left to go, and he can certainly work his way back up there with a few cautions. But out front, it is Smetana Ratcliffe, Spicer, Costa, and Gherkin for your top 5, and then Peter Smetana up to 6th place. Petrol in 7th, Lesh, Stouffer, and now Sullivan moving himself up into the top 10, or at least trying to. Get out there, Joe. Get at him.
He's trying to get that good wrench machine out, but up in that top 10 right now. And Joe being quiet right now. Obviously, by this time, Joe's not. He's no stranger to the 87s. I don't know what his endurance experience is, but this is a long time in a car. Most drivers are hitting, what we're coming up on the 100 lap mark, and that's one race for most leagues. And they're going to go ahead and march on forward here, and they're going to do it 4 more times, 4 more 100 lap series. So, yeah, they're only working on a fourth of the way. So definitely a lot of racing still remaining, and you have to get in that mindset about you want to be fast. You get to the ovals and you want to be fast. You want to get off front, but you need to have your car at the end to get there. Right now, Joe, I think, is just kind of biding his time. He's not too far back. He's still sitting there in P number 10. And if I turn on...
Which 6.5 seconds back roughly from the leader. Yeah. But how about the guy that's right in front of him as well? I mean, you want to talk about a guy that was not exactly having fun controlling his car. That is the 13 of Christopher. Led a little bit earlier and then had that back end step out and really had to chase it for a few times to finally wrangle that thing back in. And he's got that thing cleaned up. He's got it back inside the top 10 right now. And I think you're seeing a little bit different driver right now in that 13. I think he's trying to be a little bit more cautious and not trying to get out there and get after like some of these other drivers. He knows what this thing can do with some angry tires, but doing pretty good here as we're getting close to that first 100 laps in the books. I want to thank everybody out there once again for tuning in here tonight. If you haven't done so yet, hit that like and subscribe and get you in touch with everything that CRN has to offer. As we've got a nice looking slate for 2025. Obviously, we try and cover these special events, and it's fun. I mean, this one is certainly a longer one for us, and one of the longest ones that we do. But we cover the leagues. We have 2 leagues on Tuesday nights, 2 on Wednesday nights, and then 2 on Thursday nights. So there's plenty of racing action here on CRN, and then we do have the special events that we like to cover on on the weekends as well. So those do pop up as well, and you'll get notifications of that if you are subscribed to CRN. So thank you for everybody that already is, and if you're not and you like racing, I don't know what you're waiting for.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute. I don't think I usually, when we do the endurance races, I usually, since I'm in the car, I usually go to my personal side over there at Twitch. But I don't know, maybe since Carl, CRN is about to reach its 4th year, and it's hard to believe we've been around that long. Coming this February, excuse me, and. To think that we start here, but maybe I'll start instead of using Twitch, maybe I'll throw those special events up here on YouTube and allow the fans out there to get that little notification if they want to see what a true 24-hour event is like from a perspective from a team here. Myself and Carl usually is involved, and then we have Dave Tilford. Another one of our admin team members that does a lot for not only CRN but Core as well. So just a lot of good drivers here, and I believe on dock for us as well. We've got Dane Simpson from Canada and Tim Ponzi. So just 5 of us should be tackling the Great Daytona, and who knows, this season I think. Dave has twisted our arm. I'm not twisting my arm too much because I love the car, the Dallara LMP 217. So definitely a lot of fun out there. Some changes though, Carl. If you haven't been in it recently, they've slowed them down just a little bit. So the cornering is still great. Still got a lot, and that's where you're going to catch your GT3s. But the top end speed's a little bit different. So. It takes a little bit longer to get around the GT3, so LMP2 used to be almost smack dab in the middle between the GTP and the GT3s. Now they're a little bit closer to the MGT3. So if you don't think you're going to make a turn, unless you're ready for a full send dive, you really got to really judge that car. But we're not quite there yet, as that's coming up here in about a week. But right now, these drivers are here doing a small endurance race of their own. And Jake Smetana is out front there with a almost 2-second lead, so starting to stretch things out. Back there to Cale Spicer. It looks like they are getting around Andrew Ratcliffe down to the inside. And right now, Andrew Ratcliffe's going to fall to P number 3. Grady Gherkin sitting in P number 4, and Daniel Costa in P number 5. So good race here so far. We're over that 100 mark, so we're over a quarter of the way there. Looking to find out who can win this thing here at Charlotte.
You know, I definitely need to get out there and get my feet wet in the newer LMP2 here. I mean, it's newer in the sense of, kind of essentially redesigned LMP2 here. So I got to get out there and get my feet wet and get ready for this Daytona 24 for sure. But I'm looking forward to over in Core, we have an LMP2 series that's going to be starting up, and I think that's going to be fun. It's not going to be covered by CRN, at least for season 1, but I mean, I'm a driver sign up for that.
Kind of is. I'll be out there.
Yeah, well, last year in representation.
Maybe I'll do like a personal style. It'd be CRN covered, but in the car. I mean, it's never a real big hit, but the fans can at least reach out there. Maybe I can get at least a graph and see where maybe their favorite driver might be. Standings. As far as chatting, I've tried the whole chatting thing, or even getting pulled in the booth, and you know how that works in GT3. I usually find my off tracks pretty easily. So, but definitely going to be an interesting one over there at Hockenheim with a chance of rain.
Yeah, I can talk as much as the next person here when I'm up here in the booth. When it comes to being in the car, I'm pretty silent. I mean, I'm talking to my spotter with these endurance races and trying to figure out fuel mileage and things like that. But other than that, it's tough for me to focus and to talk and to chat while I'm in the car. I guess it's an acquired taste for sure. But yeah, if we start putting those races up, we're definitely going to have to put some disclaimers up. It's certainly not kid friendly for some of us in the 24-hour races. As it gets, let's just say, we get heated sometimes.
I might just have to mute my mic while I'm in the car.
Might as well. So you'll get to see the CRN broadcast with none of the CRN broadcasters. We'll all be muted.
I mean, it's usually, I've learned to keep that internal now. I still say it out loud to my teammates, but not I don't hit the broadcast. I can talk to the other drivers. Just end up getting myself in trouble. So now it's the competitive edge, and people out there are just trying to have fun, and you're out there, and everybody thinks they're professional, and I know they're not. Some people make mistakes, but sometimes they make the weirdest mistakes, or just you're wondering what they're thinking. But again, it just comes down to endurance. They lost that train of thought. They lost that focus that it takes to get a great finish. And not necessarily, it doesn't help being one of the faster cars on the track. Sure it does, but if you don't have a little bit of luck and that stamina to go the whole distance,
and patience,
patience. Yeah. Even when it comes up to a car, if you're sitting in 5th place and you're coming up on somebody in 10th, it just amazes me that they're lapped down, and I get that they don't want to go any farther back, but you've caught them. If you just look just a half a second, that car goes by and you're back to driving safely with no pressure on your bumpers, and a lot of people don't think like that. So especially down.
You get to learn. You get to drive behind the car and figure out, okay, why am I slow? Where are the corners? And it happens on the ovals too. I mean, if you're a lap car here on an oval, just let those leaders by. They're the leaders for a reason. They're the fastest cars out there on the track, most likely. So get in there and figure out how they're driving those corners. Why are you so far behind? Why is it a different line that they're taking? Are they braking differently? Are they rolling through the corners or whatever it is? I mean, it works just as well on the ovals, but to battle and try and keep from going 3 laps down after you're already 2. It makes no sense. All you're doing is just hurting your chances of keeping that car under control. You're obviously damaging the leader's chances of maybe stretching out that lead, or possibly even could cause them to lose the lead, or you can cause a wreck. I mean, it's just, there's no point in doing it when you can just as easily tuck in behind them, save a little bit of fuel for the little time that you can keep up with them and get on with your race.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all, like you said, the learning part is huge, especially if it's the leader. You're in the 8th or 9th place, and leader comes up on you, and you give them the opportunity to make a clean pass, hold your line, be predictable. I did it at Sebring, but they made they flashed their lights, like, I swear it was like a mile back, and then they come out of nowhere, these GTPs, and like they make this huge dive, and I knew it was coming because the way they were driving, and I just lifted, and the guy moved through the corner off the track and in the wall. He was the leader of the GTPs, and that was just the impatience. It's like, I know you're fast, and you just can't make that apex. You gotta wait up, and you see Jake fighting the number 7 here out of 4 just a little bit, and as we're watching, as I'm talking, and trying to keep people entertained, but yeah, definitely a lot going on. Oh, Christopher again here at 112.
Another slide and some more angry tires for the 13, and forget that front left. That's more than angry. That is gone, and that is probably going to be the last that we see of Christopher here tonight. The car was extremely damaged. I'm pretty sure he already used a fast repair, but he had to tow back to pit lane. That is not going to be a fun walk back to the trailer for sure, back to the hauler. But up front, it is Jacob Smetana stretching out that lead, 2.8 seconds over Cale Spicer, Andrew Ratcliffe in 3rd, Peter Smetana, Gherkin round out your top 5. Then you got Costa, Sullivan, Petchel, Lesh, and Greenlee for your top 10. But it's certainly a nice long run for these drivers right now. And I mean, you take a look at how long the leaders have been out there. As Jacob Smetana, last time he was in the pits was on lap number 50. Lap number 59. So he's got a nice long run on these tires, as do a lot of these drivers. It's pretty much split lap 59 and lap number 68. Matthew Simmons, the first one to come in there on lap number 100, as he is now relegated back to 12th place and 1 lap down. But we're here about to complete lap number 115 here of 400. So again, I've said it once or twice before, it's got a long way to go.
Definitely a long time to go. Is it the last cut? Have we seen the last caution? Have we seen the last mistake? Probably not. Now, obviously, Chris came in the pits and already had used his fast repair. That hit on the wall, the tire broken. Obviously, lots of damage needed to be done. You'd have to take a small break, at least 15 minutes. So, he can go get himself a beverage, come back out here and run with his fellow race mates here for the evening, or he can maybe just hop into CRN and continue to watch the race there as he's sitting on his couch. So a lot of different options for Chris, but definitely has a very either steep climb of getting back in the thick of things, or he just has an early evening. But right now, like you said, Jacob Smetana out front, Cale Spicer in P3, Andrew Ratcliffe back there, and Cale's in 2nd, Andrew's in 3rd, Peter Smetana is back there at P number 4 in the 25, and we've seen the 25 get wrapped up in some incidents there early. He found himself sitting there by P4, and Grady Gherkin and P number 5. So Grady and Andrew, after waiting, was falling back. Obviously, maybe used their tires up just a little bit more than they wanted to, but obviously have plenty of time to make things up and get that car right. You see Grady fighting at 46 coming off of that corner.
And again, that's what you don't want to do too often. You want to try and keep that thing under control. But you see him now trying that different line. He's up there about the middle of the track and maybe just trying some different things out. And I think later in this run, that's probably what you see these drivers do, kind of search around, not necessarily for grip, but for ability is really what they're searching around for. I mean, there's plenty of grip out there. It's really just a lack of grip on those rear tires. You're just trying to keep those rear tires underneath, and you see the 51 here of Costa kind of running that middle line as well. So searching around out there for a little bit of stability are some of these drivers, as we're certainly going to be nearing a pit stop, I think, here pretty soon within the next maybe 10, 20 laps. We'll see some green flag pit stops here for these drivers, and I'm sure it'll be more than welcome. I'm sure a lot of these drivers are out here just hoping and begging to get into the pits. I mean, right now, even your leader is up into the 35-second range when your fastest laps are in the low 33s. So about 2 seconds off pace right now are these drivers that are still out there on these old tires. So again, it's way too early to think about any kind of strategy to get you to the end, but it could be a little peek into how much a short pit could pay off for these drivers. I mean, again, 2 seconds is huge on the track. I mean, you look right now, 2 seconds would, it's not going to cover first to second, but, 2 seconds would gain a ton. I mean, you look at, for instance, Costa making the pass here, but he'd be right up there just about battling with Andrew Ratcliffe for the top four. If you gain another 2 seconds, just 2 laps, you come in 2 laps earlier, you're right up there. So it's tough, because you want to ride this thing out as long as possible to try and set up and have less fuel or less fuelage you need to take later on in the race. And maybe stretch it out to the point where you don't have to take tires later in the race, or maybe take 2 tires. But I mean, you come in here early, and you can gain so much in that early run. So it takes you off strategy from everybody else, and in the long run, you're going to lose that back when they come in and take their tires. But it's tasty coming in there and getting those fresh tires.
Yeah, new tires are a great feeling, especially after you're on some very old tires. Right now, it does look like we have 10 drivers still in the lead lap. Everybody else kind of calling it. Obviously, these races do take their toll. And here we are on lap 123. Still have 11 drivers chugging away, trying to see who can dominate this test of endurance here for 400 laps at Charlotte, with Jacob Smetana out front by 3.82 seconds over Caleb Spicer. So definitely a lot of time on the track, but it didn't seem to take too long to have that gap go that big, Paul.
No, not at all. And it's you seen Smetana was not up there, leading this whole time under this green flag run. He was back there, 3rd, 4th, 5th place. But once these drivers that were out front, your Andrew Ratcliffe's, your Grady Gherkins, kind of ran those tires a little bit ragged, maybe a little bit too early. And now all of a sudden you see Ratcliffe back in 4th, you see Gherkin back in 6th, and even Costa, he was up there battling with these guys in the top 3. He's now back there in between him and 5th place. And your guys that seem to maybe have a little bit better long-run pace, Smetana, Spicer, and Smetana, Jacob in the lead, and Peter in 3rd. They seem to have this long run down pat just a little bit. 4-second gap for Jacob in the lead over Spicer, and then another 1.8 back to Peter Smetana in 3rd, and then he got a 4.4-second gap back to Andrew Ratcliffe in 4th. So this field is definitely starting to spread out in this long run.
Yeah, spreading out that they are. Only a few looking over here at the intervals. So if I switch from this gap here, which is a leader to that car, let's switch to the interval. That'll be between the cars. So you can see that there's only like a couple close battles on the track right now. So Gherkin and Costa battling out here for Pete, number 5, and then up there with Andrew Ratcliffe. He's got a battle going on as well, as he has Smetana just in front of him. And then the other one is Lesh, P number 8. You see Joe Sullivan just in front of Jake Lesh. So Joe up to Pete number 7, and the number 15 getting it done here for himself and everything else, and probably enjoying himself out there, because like Carl said, Joe is a huge advocate here for the league. So.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, The only time we had a caution after I mentioned about bringing him up here on the caution was when we were on the low to hear it. So these drivers have been nice and clean and green. So we'll try and keep an eye and see when he
So
brings
do
that
we need to
15
talk to somebody? I'll go ahead and pull up a love to hear.
we could, but taking a look here, it looks like we did lose a couple other cars here. Obviously, we had Stouffer that dropped out. Zeems is out, but also it looks like Brian Greenlee is now out as well. So we're down to 11 cars. Matthew Simmons now using those new tires to get him back up into the lead lap, but we're still waiting for the first round of green flag pit stops. But it looks like after Brian Lee pit on lap number 120, he ended up calling it a night. But it looks like Daniel Costa now the first one from the top 10 to coming in.
Yeah, calling it not calling it quits, but saying that maybe he's had enough. Enough's enough on these older tires. I'm going in. I'm going to do a little bit of a short pit and find out to see if I can get that little bit of a advantage over these drivers here with the newer tires. So definitely a strategy call being played here by Costa.
First one to come in, and we'll get to see what kind of speed difference he has compared to the other cars out there, as he is going to go a lap down, I believe. Yeah, he's a lap down right now, getting those tires, and really about a lap and a half, and maybe even more from just the torque pace that the 19 is putting on right now. He's got those used tires, but he's still clicking off some very fast laps, but no more. He is coming into the pits, and he's going to be the second one now into pit lane. Cale Spicer going to stay out there. We'll see if Peter... No, he is going to stay out there as well. So Jacob Spatana not going to get short pit by anybody out here. He's going to do the short pitting and bring that number 19 in here on lap number 131.
He's going to be joined by the other Santana. No, Jake Lesher in the pits too.
So we'll see when some of these other drivers come in. But Cale Spicer, Peter Spatana, both of them pit on lap number 68 and 69 respectively, as Andrew Ratcliffe now is going to come into the pits. And it looks like Grady Gherkin is going to follow. Joe Sullivan going to move himself up into the top 3 at this point, as he last pit on lap number 68. We're seeing those guys pit on lap number 68. Go ahead and stretch this run out just a little bit further. Spicer, Spatana, Peter Spatana, Sullivan, Petchel, and Burris are now your top 5.
Yeah, good list up there of those drivers right now, and obviously this is what's going to stir the pot. Obviously with the drivers pitting, then 5 drivers still need to pit that are out front. All those drivers have pit around lap 68, and we're looking at another 20-30 laps, Carl, and I think they're going to catch them really fast, to be honest, and try to take advantage of that huge short pit. So until their tires finally warm up and plateau out.
I see the 15 there of Sullivan hanging it out there just a little bit, as those tires certainly not liking this longer run, as now David Petchel from the 72 is going to bring it in maybe a little bit earlier than anticipated, but he doesn't want to get short pit by all these drivers that already came in around the lap 130 mark. So the 72 into pit lane here on lap number 134. But your top 4, Spicer, Peter Spatana, Sullivan, and Burris, yet to come into the pits. So this is a point in time where you see a lot of drivers one lap down, and been out there now since the pit by at least 5 laps or so. It would not be fun for these drivers to catch a caution right now. So hopefully for all the drivers that already came into the pits, this thing can go green all the way through the first green flag pit stop of the night.
Yeah, definitely interesting here as things start winding down. Some drivers coming in for pits, some staying out a little bit longer, maybe stretch the fuels, maybe not have to do a splash and dash. it's so early to even think about doing those numbers, Carl. It's like, I think at this point of the race, I don't even really. The only thing I say to my crew chief is tires and windshield tear. That's about all you need. The biggest thing about the spotters for an endurance race is just making sure you're kind of still paying attention and make sure you manage it and navigate the traffic, whether you're a slow driver being passed or you're a fast driver passing slower cars, or you're somebody that has to do both. But yeah, of course, we'll remember some of these drivers. But Kale Spicer is still out front right now with Peter Smith, Joe Sullivan, and John Barris.
Yeah, I mean, as here comes Kale Spicer, I think that little bit of a slide there kind of woke him up there a little bit and decides to come in. And yeah, I mean, when it comes to those endurance races, you kind of get into a comfortable state. You get into muscle memory starts to take over. You get into somewhere you're just, you're focused, but you kind of can get a little bit, I don't want to say like lackadaisical, but you can get a little bit, off track. No pun intended. And that's why, having a spotter there, even if it's somebody that's, not necessarily spotting and looking for traffic up ahead or wrecks or anything like that, but just somebody there that, if you need to just kind of chat a little bit to keep you awake and focused, yeah, it's huge. It's huge to have. And it doesn't always happen. Sometimes you get into, teams where it's only, 4 or 5 drivers, and the time frames may not match up for somebody that maybe they can't be in the car because they have family things to do or whatever the case may be. So you may be there in the car by yourself, no spotter, and it's not fun. And I've been on some teams before where especially for like the 12-hour events where it's just a lot of times a 2-man team. I mean, ideally it's good to have a 3 or 4-man team, but I've done some with 2-man teams, and I've driven 8 of the 12 hours before, and you're whooped by the end of it. But it's just a mental drain, and if you're not ready for it, man, it's gonna reach up and smack you.
Because they can drain you mentally sitting in that car for that long. They have they're on lap 140 or 400. Some more drivers coming down the pits to take some much needed fuel and some new tires. And just give a shout to McKaylee out there. Appreciate you promoting the race. I would reach out to Scott Bolster, and he would be the man that would be able to answer your questions. But knowing Scott, I don't think you're blacklisted. That's not something Scott would do. But I'd reach out to Scott Bolster and over there on their Discord. And if you need that, just let us know. And I can put I think it's already linked in I know the application's linked in down below.
Now 140 laps as Simmons completes another pit stop and comes back out here, and I believe this will complete the pit cycle as, Peter Smetana, the last one to come into the pits, so that is going to cycle everything back around. Jacob Smetana, he is going to retake the lead here, and Andrew Ratcliffe should end up funneling out into second place, but it is a pretty sizable gap, 7.27 seconds, and you see it right there, the 19 and the 24, those little dots on your track map. I mean, that's a pretty sizable gap right now for Jacob Smetana, so I know it's only lap 142 of 400, but he wants this thing to go green the rest of the way.
I mean, I know I would. Get a 7-second lead, as long as you don't have to, as long as you don't make mistakes. There's one crazy lead, especially in ovals, and when people, the only time big gains are made or lost, is usually in the pits, and a little bit of this could have played into that. You can see that I have up there that when they pitted. So Smetana came in there at 130 and Ratcliffe at 131. Costa, pit on lap 128, so a little bit early, just a couple laps earlier, and still do not get too much of any benefit. Usually when drivers short pit,
they have an early advantage, I guess, when everybody finally gets back out. But it doesn't seem to be the case here for these few drivers that are out here right now. So Jacob Spintana out front there in P number 1, Andrew Ratcliffe in P number 2, Daniel Costas in 3rd, Cale Spicer in 4th, Grady Gerkins in 5th, Peter Spintana in 6th, Jake Lesh in 7th, Joe Sullivan in 8th, and David Pachow there in 9th. And then we still got a few other people out there. Burris, John Burris is in P number 10, and P number 11 being Matthew Simmons.
Yeah, the top 9 on the lead lap. Burris and Simmons both 1 lap down, but I mean, it's pretty interesting just taking a look at the lap times. I mean, Spintana pit on lap number 130, and he's already up into the 34-second range, where some of these guys who just came into the pits still in the 33s, like Joe Sullivan came back out there in 9th place, but he's running in the high 33-second range, so still gaining on the other drivers out there. There's got a couple battles out there, but for the most part, you see the track map pretty spread out here, as we've had a nice long green flag run since I believe lap number, I want to say 68. So getting on a nice little green flag run here. So I think, Jimmy, it's about time maybe to crank these boys up one more time and give everyone out there in Sierra Nation a little love to hear it.
A little more love to hear it.
here on lap number 157 of 400. So getting close to that halfway mark, but still not there. But Jacob Smetana is stretching out this lead 11.1 seconds over Cale Spicer now in second. Just getting by Andrew Ratcliffe in third. Peter Smetana and now closing in on that battle as well. So 3 cars close together here, only about a second and a half covering second through fourth. Then you got Daniel Costa in fifth, Grady Gherkin, Jake Lesh, Joe Sullivan, David Pachal, and Matthew Simmons for your top 10, but only the top 9 right now on the lead lap. Matthew Simmons, the first one a lap down, and then John Burris 2 laps down. Rest of the field has called it quits for the night, as we are down to 11 drivers still out there on the track, but a lot of racing here left to go. But going to bring in a third member of our booth for the time being, as I'm going to have to step away here in a little bit, but going to welcome John Nobinger in here to the booth, another member of the CRN crew. Certainly covers quite a bit over in Core for us for the Core GT. Is going to be the broadcaster for next season, but going to be joining us here for the broadcast of the UCRL Coke 600. So John, welcome to the booth. We got 87 action here. I know we've had plenty of 87 racing in Core for quite some time, but it's kind of unfortunate we don't see it too much anymore. We get to see it here tonight.
Oh yeah, ever since they updated them a little while back, they're definitely they're more interesting to drive now. So should put on some pretty good racing. Looking like tire conservation, as always with the 87s, is a little bit of a key point tonight.
Yeah, it seems like it's a lot of a key here tonight, is pretty much all of our cautions have been just from that. I mean, I don't think we've had any cautions other than, actually, I think one, possibly. I think we had a car touch the apron and it kind of shoot up the track and cause a caution, but that's it. All the other cautions here tonight were from drivers just kind of losing that back end. And it seems like, around that like 10-15 lap mark after fresh tires is when, or after we get back going, is when these drivers are really experiencing the back end stepping out here. But we've been leaning green for quite some time, going close to 100 laps here now under green. Just got done with green flag pit stop, so it is it's a race here once again. And now it looks like the 25 Peter Smetana moving himself into third, but it's a little bit of what we've seen earlier this past year in the CRN Coke 300 with Jacob Smetana at the front, the Coke 300 or the CRN Coke 300 winner Cale Spicer in second place, looking to kind of double dip here. Apparently he's all these guys really are a big fan of these 87s, let alone at Charlotte for these longer races.
Yeah, it looks like looking through the field here, we've got iRatings all the way from almost 7,100, down into just right below 2,000. So, that's a little bit of a skill range there, but for the most part, looks like everybody's, able to stay on the lead lap for the most part. So that's pretty impressive for 163 laps into a race like this.
Yeah, they definitely have been, laying it out on the track, trying to push these cars as much as possible. It's just, they're out there and they hit that 10, 15, right before that 20 lap mark, and that right rear is just hot. And that's where we've seen a few drivers have issues, and a few of those drivers unfortunately have dropped out from the race and retired behind the wall to finish and just kind of watch everybody else out there. But the drivers out there right now have everything under control. There's some good battling going up in the front here, as you can see. Peter Smetana working his way toward the front, now putting a little bit of pressure on Cale Spicer as they've gotten around. Andrew Ratcliffe has fallen back there to Pete, number 4, and then it's quite a little distance back to Daniel Costa. But Jacob Smetana just having fun out there right now, just running some laps. He can really kind of relax a little bit, just make sure he hits his marks and gets that car around here as we continue to tick off these laps here at Charlotte.
And obviously what he doesn't want to see is a caution fly, especially at this point where he's got a nice little 11-second lead. But, you're seeing sometimes just a little bit faster, like Cale Spicer, Peter Smetana, a little bit faster than Jacob right now. So the time is starting to come down. It's just about to come under 11 seconds. because they're on a bit of a different strategy. And again, it's still way too early to be thinking about strategies, but here is where you're starting to see it kind of come into play because of the tire drop-off. You got Jacob Spatana, that last lap in the 35-second range. It looks like all of our top 4 in the 35-second range this last time by, but it's second, third, and fourth are all there because they've been battling so close and so hard here. So be interesting to see if Peter Spatana gets around that 66 of Spicer and sees if he can, kind of open that thing up a little bit and maybe run down Jacob at the front. But as it stands right now, a nice little green flag run, and I think it's a nice little segue for me to step aside here tonight and hand the reins over to both you guys and bring this thing home as we're getting close to the halfway point. So once again, I want to thank everybody out there for tuning in. If you haven't done so yet, hit that like and subscribe and get you in touch with everything SCRN has to offer. But I'm going to sign off here tonight. I'll certainly be watching the rest of this race on SCRN myself. Hopefully everyone out there does the same.
Yeah, spread the word out in the public, wherever you're going. You just keep yourself on. You're like, hey, look what I do. Look what I can do.
All right, boys, you enjoy the rest of the race.
Definitely, Carl. Enjoy the rest of your evening. As we continue here with 168 laps completed at Charlotte, Jacob Spatana out front with a nice green flag run with Cale Spicer there in P number 2, Peter Spatana in P number 3, Andrew Ratcliffe in 4th, Daniel Costos in 5th, Grady Gerkins in 6th, Joe Sullivan is in 7th, Jake Lesh in 8th, and David Pachow is in 9th, and Matthew Simmons is still out there as well in P number 10. So just a little bit behind the power curve there. And we also got John Burris out there. So let me put the gap up there on the tower so you can see however many laps back down but not out. So Matthew Simmons only 1 lap down and Burris is 3. So anything can happen. We had a bunch of cautions early for those that have been here since the beginning. You never know. We may have enough for those guys to get back on the lead lap.
Jimmy's sitting here watching the gap here between Peter, Cale, and Andrew there. It seems like Cale's able to keep that car just a little bit lower in the mid-corner than Peter in front of him. I wonder, is that going to be chewing the tire up in this 87 at this point, or?
They should be okay. They can. There's a few different lines here, and whatever works for the driver. But you also got to worry about the aero wash that they're getting from following each driver, so it might be something that's pushing them up. But as John's covering here for just a second, I need to step away just a quick second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I guess with what Jimmy was saying, that aero wash, trying to get a little bit of that front end into some fresh air. Give you a little bit there, as we see Cale slid up the wall and caught the wall just a little bit there. So opening that gap up. So, if you're trying to run 0.08 seconds here, that close, that's not exactly an easy task, especially in these 87s to do that and try to keep the tire up under it. So you have to wonder maybe if they get a little hot, cause them to catch the wall there. But that has brought Andrew right onto the back bumper of Cale. So we have the camera locked here on Peter until Jimmy gets back here shortly. But just going back through the field, looks like that is David has gotten right onto the back of Joe Sullivan, actually past Joe Sullivan there. Just got the notification from SDK. It sounds like somebody else caught a wall right there.
Who's that?
I heard it. I didn't see it.
Nothing. I haven't seen anything. I don't see anybody slow on the track. Just had to step away a quick second. We do this stuff from home, and I got a busy household here, so sometimes with these longer races, you gotta step away just a quick second. But right now it still seems to be okay throughout the field. This looks like this Matt.
Yeah, so it sounded like somebody rubbed it a good bit there, but
maybe somebody scraping a wall.
Yeah, they're
maybe Matt Simmons. Yeah, Matt Simmons. So it's Matt
Simmons.
We'll
Carl's.
So we go back. I think it was just Matt Simmons coming in the pits here.
Oh yeah, it's probably that suspension from the transition drop down.
Yeah, might be. But yeah, Matt Simmons on a little bit of a different pit cycle. Maybe just going down there to get some new tires. Because right now, I think, let's see if he's still in there. Yeah, nope, he's back on track. So, yeah, Matt Simmons just down in the pit lane for some service and back out there. And Matt has actually started the race a little bit behind the power curve. He was actually up towards the front, sitting around P3 and P4. And then with his longer green flag runs, has found himself back a little bit, but still out there chugging along. You got to see how much them newer tires are going to be as he catches up to the drivers in front of him there. But he does, if he wants to get on that lucky dog lap, he'll have to get past Burris.
Yeah, looking like the gap between those two now is right about 8 seconds. But I think we get a little more resolution here on the SDK overlay for me, but that number's coming down quickly.
Yeah, I switched it to interval there. You can see the time there between the cars. So what I did, when you see interval on the tower, that is the distance between the cars. You can see the battle right now is between third and fourth and fifth, or no, second, third, and fourth. And then you can see everybody else is pretty spread out there. 6 seconds back to P number 5, and then Grady Kirkin sitting back there in 6. So still a ton of racing remaining, and anything can happen. It's just when these drivers are wanting to maybe start dropping the hammer. Maybe Spintana or Jacob Spintana, maybe just kind of taking his time, stretching that fuel out. As you see, that interval between first and second is starting to slowly come down, as is down to about 10 seconds now. He was out to I think over 12.
Oh yeah. So looking here, that's.
Yeah, and you see Matthew Simmons has made it past the second, third, and fourth on the newer tires pretty easily.
Yeah, 34.17 versus the 30. See, leader doing a 35.13. Yeah, it's a second a lap right there.
Yeah, so it's just a matter of time. I think the tires plateau at about 15 laps or so, 15, 20 laps. But if I go ahead and I show the weather again for everybody out there, track temperature looks like it came down a couple degrees, but still a nice warm 119 degrees Fahrenheit out there for them drivers to, manage them tires within warmer weather.
Yeah, definitely up there. It's like a nice Florida day over on a 98 in the summer. 120, that's egg frying, right?
Yeah, I don't think they have them temperatures up there in Charlotte today. Is definitely some cooler weather around the states this time of year. I know down here in Florida locally, I live over on the Panhandle side of Florida, and it's been dipping down in the 30s. So there's even been talking a little bit of weather, maybe some flurries, something that this part of Florida. Yeah.
No.
If it flurries or gets any kind of ice on the road, I am not going anywhere. If I need something, I have a Dollar General about a mile down the road. I will walk.
It's one of those things. The Florida man may be capable of many, many things that you would never expect, but driving in snow is not one of them.
I was lucky enough to grow up in the northeastern part of the United States, up in Pennsylvania, and had my fair share of driving in the snow. And actually, my first car was a Pontiac Firebird, so I used to drive that in the snow everywhere. Now, all I had to do was go ahead and throw some cinder blocks in the wheel well in the well back in the trunk. So that worked just fine with some all-weather tires as well. But somebody that's doing well with tires is Jacob Spintana out there. But that interval has been coming down, as we can see on the screen there. It's down to 8.8 seconds. So this group right here being led by Peter Spintana Did I hear something?
There was some smoke. Yeah, I heard some tires and saw some smoke. Looks like it was whoever's right in front of Peter there.
The 811.
811.
Yeah, so the 811 of John Burris. Yeah, it was the first, second, and third get around John Burris out there.
Ooh. Looks like the 66 getting a little tail happy there. Or is he getting a little push from the 24 of Ratcliffe?
And you're really hugging the apron, going around these corners, getting the thing to work, looking to make the pass to get back in that third position. So
Looks like he's got the run.
Definitely got a run here. The outside line has not come alive here tonight at Charlotte as we are working on lap 184 of 400. Most of the drivers have been finding real good opportunities to get underneath if their tires are, I guess, within the range of passing, to get underneath the driver in front of them in order to make the pass. But great battle here as things continue. Yeah, definitely the leader maybe slowing down just a little bit.
Sounds like was 24 slid into the wall a little bit there.
Maybe a small kiss, but continues to keep it going forward in green. It's been some great saves early on too. Like right now, they're just they're stretched out, so they're not really battling each other too much, except the leaders here. I guess you'd say this second, third, or fourth. Looks like Peter Spintana has been able to stretch out just a little bit in front of Andrew and Cale Spicer, as Carl pointed out earlier. As Cale. There's a lot of these drivers, they participate in these 87 races, and there's some racers out there in iRacing. This is the car they like to run, yeah, it's a different. It's kind of. I have fun in them. I can't save the tires like these drivers can. Like after the initial 10-15 laps, my tires would be gone. So to see these drivers come out here and put in the amount of laps they can. On a full tank of fuel and continue to get around here safely and keep some good speed going. It just amazes me, and wish it was something I could do. I guess I would just have to practice more, but too busy up in the booth and trying to race on the road myself. So right now we'll go ahead and pull up, see, pit lap. So we're on, let's see, early, see, 128. So 130 for the leader. So we're probably looking at pit stops for the leader probably within the next 15 laps or so.
Yeah, looking here, so you've got Simmons, he pitted on 168, clocking in 34.9, so he's up to the same pace that Jacob is running out front on, what is that, 38 lap newer tires?
Mm-hmm.
So... seems like maybe they're kind of hitting a little plateau there.
Ooh.
That, I hope he wears brown pants tonight.
Andrew's very well known for pushing these 87s to the limit here, and does a fantastic job. And as I've seen him make some awesome saves and to keep it going and to keep him in the fight. That's what he's doing right now. Is he's in P number 3 as he got around Spicer, but I'm sure those drivers will be looking to take advantage, and hopefully they can land a really good pit stop to make up some ground on Jacob Spintana up front. But right now, they're just kind of keeping things going. We're closing in that halfway mark, though, John, as we here at Charlotte, as we just crossed the line to start the lap 190.
Yeah, Andrew's very lucky they're not running Darlington tonight. You do that on the backstretch of Darlington and you're done. Right to the inside wall.
Yeah, I've seen these drivers drive Darlington for, if you become part of UCRL, some of fantastic racing, almost every single track, and you'd be amazed at what they can do at tracks like Darlington and Martinsville and stuff like that. It's just amazing, and there's so much green flag racing here with the Ultimate Conquest Racing League. And I want to say thanks for joining us here tonight. If you're a part of this race, and if you want to continue running, some great racing and clean racing, and they got good leadership up there with their admins here at UCRL, and Everything is like I said, I had the opportunity to race with them, and everything was fair. Everybody's friendly. If you're having any troubles, they help each other out. Up to a certain point. Can't give away all your secrets, but they'll definitely help you get going in the right area, and it's definitely a great group of people to learn from. A lot of their iRatings, probably would be a lot higher, but a lot of them just kind of like to race with one another and do the officials, because they're not the officials, the league racing. Officials don't. There's no consistency, I guess you would say.
There's not in officials.
Yeah, no consistency. So you don't know who you're racing with all the time, and you never know what you're gonna get. You can have a great race, or you can have a horrible race. I think when I was running ovals and especially like super speedways where you're running like door to door, bumper to bumper, lap after lap after lap, out of 15 official races, you have one good one. So it sometimes gets frustrating as a driver to learn, or, make sure, because you think you're doing something right and you could be doing something wrong, or the person next to you could be doing something wrong, and then you get taken out, incidentally. But right now, we're doing good here. We're on lap 194, 400. Getting this thing checked away here, and like I said, we're almost at the halfway mark. So, and we've still got a lot of drivers still on the lead lap. Go ahead, switch at the gap here, and you can see who's on the lead lap.
Have you been watching the gap there between Jacob and Peter? It's getting smaller,
down to 6.7 seconds. As I think maybe the difference in the tires. If I showed the pit lap here, you can see Peter Spintana's 11 laps. So it could be, that.
I mean, he's not taking out much, only 2 or 3 tenths a lap, but you do that for 20 laps, and it's a chunk of change there.
Yeah, Andrew Ratcliffe on them same older tires there, sitting at P number 3, and Spicer came in at 137. So
going around the high side, it looks like, for Spicer there.
Yeah, finally.
That's something you haven't seen.
Not today. We haven't seen that yet today, where they've used the high side to get around. But maybe that track is finally starting to get enough rubber on that outside. Ooh. Very close coming out of turn 4 as they head down the front stretch, right in front of Barney. Spicer with just a tad of a
almost
edge.
Cleared him.
Can Spicer use that outside to get around here on lap 196?
Yeah. With the new update, with all the marbles and everything, making that penalty, running that high side if no one's been up there, that can get sketchy real quick now.
Yeah, it's something that's changed within iRacing just the past month now, where they've brought in like, especially for road racing, if you run through the grass and dirt, you bring the dirt up on the track, and now that becomes a hazard on the track, as it can stick to your tires and make you either push through a corner or get loose coming off a corner. So don't have to really worry about it too much on an oval. I guess occasionally if somebody they get in an accident, Andrew Ratcliffe battling back down to the inside.
Being on the outside there, it's just coming out of that final corner. The outside is never where I want to be, especially in something that's got the kind of power and the lack of traction these 87s have. That's nerve-wracking. Because all it takes is a little wiggle out of the guy below you, and you're in the wall, and he's in the wall, and there's nobody really did anything wrong.
I can tell you right now, driving around either one of these drivers, I've personally driven around Andrew Ratcliffe, and I know that he's able to, race you cleanly, just like what you're seeing here. And, we've seen Spicer participate in the Coca-Cola 600 that CRN has. So, the racing is going to be good and tight, and you can see why these drivers have the iRatings they do. You can run side by side here, lap after lap here at Charlotte. So definitely,
70 lap tires and the 87 at Charlotte. That's starting to get to be my definition of sketchy. But it looks like Costa down into the pits now.
Yeah, Costa down the pits. Last was in the pits at lap 128. So definitely coming down. Leader is going to give up the lead here and head down pit lane for some fresh rubber and fuel. So he was in at lap 130. So that means Andrew Ratcliffe should be on the docket to probably coming in here very shortly, as he is in a battle as they come up on Matthew Simmons. Looks like Matthew Simmons got a little bit of damage. They're trying to keep down to the inside. Matt Simmons on the outside. They're keeping it tight.
You couldn't saw a piece of paper between them there.
Definitely a good call, Andrew, to list just a little bit to give Spicer just a little bit of room, but Ratcliffe's going to land what looks to be almost a perfect entry. A little bit of slide there, so hopefully not a black flag for coming in too fast, as Andrew Ratcliffe comes down the pits to get more fuel and more tire for the rest of this race. So looking about that 72 laps, 73 laps to get around here, John. So looking at least 2 more green flag pit stops if they keep this thing green. Right now, Peter Spintana out front. You know, he's in at lap 141, so he's got probably about 10 more laps, and maybe counting on maybe an incident to happen here, and maybe capitalize on being able to stay out just a little bit longer. But right now, it is all Peter Spintana, Cale Spicer in P number 2, and David Pachal there in P number 3. So Pachal has been quiet, but Pachal is going to go ahead and slow that thing down, come down into pit lane. Looks like a pretty good entry.
But Jimmy, if you're a gambling man, is it time to try for 2 tires?
No.
And see if you can't stretch something out?
Nope. You know, I learned quickly, if you have the opportunity to, you got to get full fuel, and you already, and you're wearing on some old tires, so might as well just go ahead, take the 4, and come in. I don't think they're at a point of this race where you might make up a little bit of time, but it's not worth the long run. It's like after 15, 20 laps where you just start losing a lot more time to the guy that took 4 tires. So, but it looks like Spicer is going to continue to go around the track along with Peter Spintana. Yep. And
Peter with 1 E.
Yeah, Peter with 1 E. And if I go to, let's see, with the gap now, let's see. So not too much of a gap, but they have everybody a lap down. So the first 2 have everybody a lap down. They would be loving it if a caution would fly here. I'm not saying cause a caution right now, drivers, but I'm sure these 2 drivers would love a caution right now. It would put them on a huge benefit. The only thing is Jake Spintana would be that lucky dog. He would get picked on the lead lap, so they would have to worry about him not right away, because lucky dog always has to start at the longest end, or the end of the longest line. So, but great racing so far. Green flag pit stops in action. Still a few drivers out there that need to pit as we come up and get this rotation done. Now, this could come into a big strategy here, especially if they continue to go green. John, definitely.
You got, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? You got 6 cars right there getting onto the backstretch together.
And there's the amount of times that some of these drivers have actually made it
with
with
8 stops.
Yeah, Peter's been saying. Peter
leading with the most number of stops and still needing 1. All right.
Well, Peter was involved in a lot of the earlier incidents on the track. You know, he got squished down below the apron the one time and ended up getting involved. So it's just a lot of things that the 25 had
place
to
at the wrong time.
Yep. But with it being a longer race, has been able to recover nicely. So right now it looks like the 19 is going to get back on the lead lap the hard way. I can't really say the hard way, but he is now 3rd place, is in front of 1st place.
And Jacob running a 33.98 in that last lap. So. You know, just about a little over a second quicker. Sounds like 2, but not quite.
Yeah, it looks like the tires plateau off. Once they get down to like the 30, late or high 34s, low 35s is pretty much where they plateau off for that time frame. So essentially have about 15 to 20 laps of like really fast laps. But I think with those drivers that are out there, Peter and Kale, they're gonna see things kind of slip by as when they come back out. They'll be back by quite a bit of difference until the end of their stints. So, but Kale coming down right now for another stop here on lap 209. Peter is still out there making this thing go.
Yeah. So he had about 11 laps more on that first set of tires than Jacob. So the question is he able to stretch 11 laps every time? Because if so, that could put you on a really nice, let's see, 'cause it looks like they're getting about 70-ish.
Yeah, they're running about 70, yeah.
Let's say 275 for the next pit. And then you're going to have...
It's going to come down to the end, if he can keep the pace up to possibly have a shorter pit stop in the final one. If he does his fuel calculations correctly, and Peter.
Yeah, if it does go green the whole way.
Yeah, Peter knows.
Your only thing would be trying to save a little less fuel and save some time that way.
Yeah, Peter knows slouch for the 6,300 iRating, so definitely knows what he's doing.
Yeah, because if you did manage to save 11 laps per, that would be 33 laps in total. That'd be a half a tank almost. Yeah. So if you needed a half a tank less than everybody else, that'd give you that chance to grab two and go. You might be able to lap the entire field just off a pit strategy. So it will be interesting to see when Peter comes in here.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time for that 25 to come down to the pits as we're on lap 212. So yeah, we're getting to that range.
I guess it's been at least 80 laps of green flag so far.
Yeah, definitely one of the drivers to stretch it out the longest on the on the pit cycles. And it could come down to, like I said, at the end, I'll be able to make it up.
If Kevin Foster was here, we could ask him. He would already know the strategy.
Yeah, for everybody out there, it's CRN Nation fans, they know Mr. Kevin Foster, and anybody that's raced against Kevin Foster know he always has some tricks up his sleeve for saving fuel. We used to call it going to the school of Kevin Foster for fuel saving. So right now, things are kind of spreading out. Pit flags or pit stops almost done. As soon as Peter comes in, he's the last one. Yep, everybody else has come in.
So 141. So he's done 73 so far.
Right back here is
definitely stretching it further than Jacob.
Oh yeah. You see that gap diminishing between Peter and Jacob, but Peter just trying to stay out there as
Looks
long
like
as
he's
he
coming
can.
in now.
Yeah. So Peter gonna finally give up the lead, and Jacob is back here on the back stretch right now. Peter's still working his way.
About 7 seconds behind. And he'll have a 16-lap tire advantage. So that's something to sniff at there.
So this will go ahead and put Jake Smetana back out front. Andrew Ratcliffe should take over P number 2 as he just passed as well. And then Kale Spicer back there in P number 3 side by side with Matt Simmons. Matt Simmons a few laps down. And Peter is coming out of the pits now, so His distance is going to be 20. Well, he's just over 20 seconds and climbing as he gets up to speed. There's nothing like getting in the pits though, John, and you get them fresh tires, and then it's like the car comes alive. Ooh, the 811 tagging the wall. Still trying to catch it.
See that little twitch? If you're Peter there, you're like, please, no, net code, not tonight.
Yeah, John Burris. We'll go ahead and hop on board with John, and we'll go down to his. Let's see. I could go down to the. What is it? The roll bar. I think you can see him fighting the wheel. There he is. We'll hop on board with the 811 of John.
Yeah, the crazy thing is also I see these cars, those old school gauges, it never gets old. Whoa! I don't think you're supposed to be using the roval turn.
John brings it down to the infield and brings it down the pit. So as we just hopped on board, but it looks like he's stepping out of the car. But we'll just go ahead and check with the 811 or see what happens. See, he just got that wiggle, tagged the wall. And
he had two of them there. One before he collected up, and then the second one he couldn't.
Yeah.
So
brings it down to the infield, and looks like he might take that car behind the fence as we continue here at Charlotte on lap 218 of 400. So now on the downhill side of this thing, we're working towards the finish line, but still lots and lots and lots of racing here at Charlotte. The bad part is nobody's really battling with anybody right now. Everybody's kind of all stretched out. And I think I'm trying to see if there's anybody around each other. See 66 of Kale Spicer's and
19's got somebody right behind him. Where's Jacob?
Daniel Costa. Grady has been quiet for
it's weird to see Grady quiet this long. You generally usually see him up somewhere in the top three.
Yeah, last season's winner of the UCRL, Grady Gherkin, has found himself back in P number 6. David Pachal back there in P number 7. He's got, he's just getting passed by the leader.
So it looks like just about everybody's in the Chevy, it looks like. Simmons being the only Ford out there.
Simmons is the only Ford, and then Christopher, which has retired, and Frankie Klein. They were in the Buick. No Pontiacs on the field tonight, as that's the newest of the 87s out there. And I haven't seen many of them. It was kind of, you've seen a small spike of them when they first showed up, but I have not seen any since then. But right now,
even back in the day, there weren't a ton of Pontiacs actually out on the track.
We're down to 6 drivers on the lead lap.
What? Maybe Petty running them back in the day, but that was about it.
Let's see, 87s. Then they changed them. Yeah. So.
That 90 or so.
Yeah, the early 90s when they changed the style up on them again. We had like Rusty Wallace and
the Days of Thunder era.
Yeah, yep.
I wish they'd give us those cars.
Yeah, right.
Because to me, that was the heyday of NASCAR. Because the cars were still tough enough you could lean on each other a little bit, but they had the suspensions kind of figured out, the cars kind of figured out.
They're definitely a lot of fun, and maybe something that we'll see in the future here on iRacing.
Just give me that 90s Trans Am.
The simulator always seems to evolve, and they keep bringing some older stuff back. You see a little tag on the wall there from the 72 of David Pachal, trying to get
looks
back
like
on
Sullivan's
that
catching up to Jake there.
We'll go back with. Yep.
And he got it.
Yeah, just got around him.
That's another one you're not used to seeing. Yeah,
close call there with Jake Bush riding the wall there as Joe Sullivan in the 15 gets around him here for position 8.
Yeah, Jake's one of those guys that's normally he's right up there, and one that he does well in Xfinity as cars. Don't see him struggle very often in very many things.
Yeah, Jake was up, I think, as high as 3rd today.
I'm wondering if he slid that car around a little bit and was melted those tires.
Well, before Carl left and we were talking about it earlier, we talked about a little bit as you came in, those first initial laps, you can pretty much do whatever you want with the car. And the next thing you know, after about 10 laps, the rear just gets super loose and free. So you have to be easy with the throttle in a lot of these corners and really not burn these laps or burn these tires up, because you find yourself like falling here. But looking at like the gap and whatnot right now, we got to 10 seconds between, or 11 seconds now between the leader and second, and then between second and third, almost 4 seconds, and then another almost 4 seconds back to P4, and then 6 seconds back to P5, and 2 seconds back to P6. And David Pachow here, where's he at? He's got 8 seconds to Grady Gherkin, and then Joe Sullivan's 5 seconds back from him, and then Jake is right there, right behind Joe.
Keep an eye on Peter here. Looks like he's still about 0.2 quicker a lap than Jacob out front in the lead. So
I think you were going to want to keep an eye on the number 25 because of the
a little bit of that counter strategy.
Yeah, just that little bit of pit cycle strategy. Somebody came in during one of the earlier cautions, and now that like they're staggered. That's why not everybody's the same. These drivers are doing.
You get these long green flag runs, and and like you said with officials, you don't have the consistency, so you never have these 100, 200 lap green flag runs. People don't pit 4 times in a row under green. And it's like endurance racing at Daytona. If you can make 1 extra lap every stint, but come to the end, you can gain 30 seconds or 45 seconds, whatever pit lane time is, but just not having to stop an extra time.
Yeah, hopefully not being able to just make that 1 extra stop, and it could be, it could even not, it really plays big dividends on like the longer races, even like places, especially like if you can manage to get an extra lap out of like the Nürburgring.
Oh yeah.
That's
save you that 8 minutes.
You get a huge amount of time. That's a whole 8 minutes, on top.
That's what, 5 gallons of gas?
It's a massive amount of time. But definitely a lot of entertainment here. And we talk about, you see these drivers being able to drive, they're driving full tanks of fuel, and they're taking them down to empty, and they're battling the tire temperatures and the tire wear and all that. Well, UCRL, they might not do full races. They might not do the Coca-Cola 600 every week, but they do have longer races, so you're able to have at least 1 pit stop under green, and it's, because they have full fuel. So definitely makes things interesting, and it gives the drivers an opportunity to actually, have to strategize just a little bit. They don't just go out there and drive the wheels off the car and then come in and get a new set of tires either.
And whether you're running officials or leagues, most leagues don't even run. Carl over at Core is a prime example. Most of the time we're running 50% tanks to have an extra pit stop or 2. But when you're talking about these cars holding, if memory serves correct, 25, 26 gallons, 27 gallons of fuel. That's a couple 100 pounds. That'll change the way the car acts throughout the entire run. Way more than if you're talking about your 12 to 15 gallons for most of your officials that are half deck. tank.
Yeah, if you run open setup series, you can make a setup that has less fuel a lot of times, especially road racing. And if you go out there with fresh tires, low fuel, 9 times out of 10, your lap speed is going to be almost a full second faster than what your race pace is going to be. So if you want a good start, you need to set up your setups like that. Then get out there and then just be safe and do your best to manage traffic and the sim professionals, I guess. I don't know, keyboard warriors. I know what you would call them.
Keyboard warriors.
Everybody, a lot of people think they're or assume that.
Steve's, how about that?
Yes, everybody assumes everybody knows the rules or how to exactly drive a car, and the facts are is a lot of drivers out here, they're out here to have fun and try their best, and they're gonna make mistakes because they aren't professionals. Not everybody's running around the track around you with 10,000-12,000 high rating. If you're like me,
keeping an eye here on Peter. Looks like he's closing that gap into Kale, getting within about a half second there.
Oh no! Let's pull up the tower here. With the interval, so the fans can see what's going on.
Looks like Loesch has closed that 3/4 of a second gap back to Sullivan. So, wondering if he, like you said, maybe cooked the tires a little bit, had to cool them back down, and trying to push on with that.
Yeah, this is actually big here because if Peter Spintana
can. They have the same. Yep.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Peter can keep this momentum going and start closing that gap on Andrew Radcliffe and those drivers up there. He could find himself, like I said, at the end, if he saved enough time making the right call and find himself in a position to win this thing here. I really do think the 25 right now is he could be at an advantage with a very long, like a green flag run to the end.
Yeah. And right now he's got Kale in front of him, who pitted on 208 and he pitted on 214, so it's not a huge tire difference. It looks like I think Kale may realize I just need to follow him and see what he's doing. Probably because it doesn't look like Kale's fighting him nearly as hard this go around compared to last time.
Not too much race remaining here as we're on lap 238 of 400. So still 162 laps remaining. And for most leagues, that's still a longer race than most would do. And these drivers are already done over that, so they're at 200, like I said, 238 laps. It's a long time. This is a long commitment. I mean, Carl will talk about how much this is an endurance race basically for these drivers.
If you're doing a race this long, I hope you don't have a overpowered computer and monitors in a small room that doesn't have good ventilation, because I know you've just about cooked yourself out of a room at least once before, Jimmy.
Yeah, I learned very quickly that I need to make sure my ceiling fan is on, my tower fan is on, and then I have another fan, and then I have another fan over in the room across the room to kind of pull the air out of my office. Yeah, I got all kinds of engineering going on. Hopefully it keeps it cooler. Didn't have much problems this year, and I haven't changed anything. Matter of fact, I got a bigger graphics card just a little over a year ago now, so yeah, those things are like your computers are like heaters, man. They run so hot. I just with the new equipment coming out, I can only imagine how much power they might need. I heard even rumor that the new graphics card coming out, the 5090, was going to have its own like plug-in, like your power supply.
Yeah, I've seen that meme too, but by the time you build a computer to do iRacing on triples, if you're talking about 1440 or, in my case, stupidly going to 4K, you're talking about using 1,000-watt power supply and using a large chunk of it for the graphics. your average hair dryer is 1,000 to 1,500 watts. So, you know, you essentially just turn the hair dryer on high and throw it in the room with you.
Right.
But looking here, it's the gap between Peter and Jacob down to 11 seconds now from the, I believe it was 20 when Peter came out of the pits.
I believe so. He's down to let me go gap. Sorry. Tell the gap back.
So Peter's 15 seconds from the leader.
Andrew Ratcliffe is sitting at 11 seconds back from Jacob.
It's taking him. He pitted at 2:14. It is now 2:43. So that's ballpark 30 laps to close down 10 seconds. So if he saves a half of the pit stop time,
Yeah, there it is on the
going long. And half a stint, yeah. That would put him and Jacob, you know, just ballpark math. And of course, any caution or any incident could change this, but I got a feeling if it plays out the way it's going right now, you're going to see when that final pit phase happen, Peter's going to be a lot closer to Jacob when he comes out for that final stint.
Yeah,
He'll be on much, much fresher rubber.
things are gonna definitely show up here eventually. What is? It's Andrew. Just got around. He's slapping people. Like, why is Andrew back here? He's back here with Jake Lesh, and Jake Lesh not being any slouch as well, sitting in P number 8 right now as he allows Andrew Ratcliffe to go by.
So Gherkin's the final one on the lead lap. Let's find the 46th there, and then
Well, the 72 of David Kachow has been on, I believe he's been on the coattails of the 19 for quite a while now.
I'm looking for the 19 on the track map, and he's hiding from me.
He is. Oh, Matt Simmons down on the apron. It was interesting.
Oh, okay, so he just passed David, so yeah, Gray's within about a second there, it looks like it being lapped.
Yeah, Jacob, it's got some speed because he has some serious speed out there. That's for sure. Now they've been able to run a long green flag run here.
Simmons into the pits there, and the sole Ford on the track.
Yeah, Simmons on that off cycle. Definitely coming in to get some new tires. You see he's
Got some damage in that right quarter.
Yep.
All over the rev limiter.
He wants to get going.
Launching the 87 in first gear off the red line is not going to end the way you want it to.
Not normally. I don't know how many times with these cars I try to get on the gas like after you cross the line where you can get on the gas and turn it right around. Do a 360.
Or past the pit line at Talladega Daytona, and you just spin it straight to the left, going, all right, go.
Yeah.
Whoops.
You missed it. I was talking to Carl. I decided to do a small endurance race last night with the LMP2 at Sebring, and our start. For multi-class racing, when you're out there, they usually like to separate each other just a little bit. So the LMP2s are hanging back, and we get the green flag. The leaders hung back so far. When the green flag flew at Sebring, and if you've ever been there, we were just coming around the last corner for down the back stretch that heads down into Sunset. And
through the little chicaney thing.
yeah, so
Right under that.
the leader got on the gas and spun it. So he goes into the wall, and then third place, or it would have been fourth place at the time. He spins it. He hits the grass. So those two are gone. So then I walked away. Like I started in pretty much third, and then the new LMP2 tire model, or even the new setup with LMP2s, cold tires are not your friend in that car at all.
They reduced the temperature, the blanket temps, just like in Formula One. So now you know why they're complaining.
So it was bad. I got to turn 10, and I just gave a little bit of gas, and my rear end went around. I didn't hit nobody, but I lost places. So I moved to like 9th or 10th or whatever. I ended up. That's where I pretty much stayed for most of the race. I ended up. I was in 4th at one point, and I ended up finishing 6th. So a lot of fun, but nothing like these drivers here. Out here right now, they've been in the car for roughly closing in on 3 hours. They're not quite at the 3 hour mark, and they still have 150 laps remaining. So you're still looking at a good hour in these 87s here. And they're well within the window of finishing this thing on time. I think I brought this up here earlier. Yeah, see, they're at 2 hours and 39 minutes, and they have 5 hours to complete 400 laps. So they'll be in that window with no problem. They'll probably at this rate here. See, we're looking at, let's see, 80-ish minutes remaining.
If you assume a 40-second lap time to include the couple of pit stops we got left.
About an hour 20 minutes remaining. So
I need a calculator. I can't do that kind of math in my head. But that's why we have things like Crew Chief or iOverlay.
It'd be so it's, well, figure you have it, say 150 laps, and then it takes a minute for every 2 laps, so divided by 2, so you're looking at like 70 to 80 minutes, so total. That's just a rough guess, so I guess it'd be a good hour still remaining for these drivers, and that's a long time. Is anybody thirsty? Is anybody thirsty?
I don't know if you're thirsty. Hey, it's a.
Do you have to
looking down the average here? It's 21 to 23 seconds on average for a pit stop. I'll tell you this right now. That's enough time to use a cup. It is not enough time to get out of the rig, make it to the bathroom, and back.
So
Not saying I've ever had to do that before. 6-hour Nordschleife event. It'd be nice if iRacing was kind of like Gran Turismo was, and all you got to do is get it into pit lane, and then it does the rest of it for you.
Right.
Give you enough. It's like, I really need like 40 seconds.
What? I don't know if any of the new sims do that. I think maybe ACC does.
I've never got ACC played nice with my computer, so I've tried it once or twice. AC works great, just not ACC. I haven't tried Le Mans Ultimate yet.
I've tried it. I haven't put much time into it. It's okay. Graphics are nice. I know they had a lot of little bugs when it first came out, so I haven't been back in quite a while. But all my time and money is invested over here at iRacing, and it's where I know everybody and hang out. And it's more of as much as I like to race and broadcast, it's a social event, for myself, and get out here and talk with fellow broadcasters, and talk with fellow drivers, and you have something in common. You instantly have something in common. Everybody out here loves to race, or why are you out here? Especially, why are you out here for a 400 lap special event? Obviously non-official. There is some reward here at the end. They offered some iRacing credits to the first 3 drivers. So right now that would be Jacob, and then number 19 is he has a Nice little 10-second lead over Andrew Ratcliffe. And then back to Andrew Ratcliffe being in second. Peter Spintana there in third. They're all in the winnings, I believe.
It looks like that tire difference is settled out. Well, that's still 0.2 on the last lap there between Peter and Jacob.
Let's see. I'm gonna go done. Get this info, and then we will take a small love to hear it break. I think I also have it posted in the bottom underneath the screen here in the info.
Last lap, yeah.
Yeah. So $25 in iRacing credits. I mean, heck, that's a car and track easy. $10 to get you a car. $5, heck, that'll give you a few.
Maybe a track or most of it. Well, if you get the 40%, then get you.
Well, you ain't gonna get 40% on any legacy stuff, so.
True.
But definitely help out. Whether you want to get out there and get some practice with your friends, you can set up a hosted session. Hosted sessions don't cost much, 25 cents for 30 minutes or something like that.
I think it's something like that until you get whatever the discount they give you for hosting enough. The one Carl probably has.
I've hosted a few, but not that many. Let's see here. Just do a rundown of where everybody's at, and then we'll take a short break and do a little bit of love to hear it. Looks like Grady Gurka coming back out. So pit stops are happening right now.
2:59. So
yeah, so Grady Gurka.
That's nice. He was about 60.
Yeah.
So if we assume 70, that's going to have Jacob pitting at 270. So about 7 laps for our leader, I'm guessing.
Okay, so pit stops should be happening here soon. So we'll hang on just a few more laps here as the pit cycle has started. It looks like Simmons has come in at 242. Grady Gurka came in at 59. So we should be seeing Jacob coming in here in probably 10 laps. Jake Lesh coming in. He was last out in at lap 197. So yeah, about 70-ish laps. And I'm wondering, are these drivers here and their spotters being get that warning when they say their tires low? Not low, but you get below 40%. I think it's 40%.
I had that the other day and something. What was I doing? I think I was road racing and I tried to skip. No, I did the group therapy 100 for Yes2 Motorsports and found out had 20% left, it was 19% left on one of my front tires on the Pro 2 off-road truck, something I didn't know was possible.
Dang. That's something you hear very often, but I could see it happening. So here's the interval between everybody. So 10 seconds back to Andrew Ratcliffe from Jake Samantha in first. So Andrew Ratcliffe's in second. Peter Santana is in third, and he's 1.5 seconds behind Andrew. And then Cale Spicer is 6.5 seconds back from Peter. And then we haven't talked about him much, but Daniel Costa hanging in there. Currently sitting in Pete, number 5, and at number 51, doing a fantastic job. He is 9 seconds back from Spicer, and then Pachal is back there at number 72, and Pete, number 6. Fellow broadcaster Joe Sullivan is coming into the pits right now. So coming down lap number 267. Grady Gherkin's already
He's on
been
the
in.
track.
Grady Gherkin has already been in. You can see him gaining some time on his competitors pretty easily here with them newer tires. But he's going to need it because I believe he is down a lap. Is he down?
The track temps up to 113 now.
That's down. We actually were up to
How's it down now?
Yeah, we were up to we were at 121. We're
Okay.
now 113, so that's gonna help with them tires just a little bit.
Yeah, definitely might be why Peter wasn't able to close the gap before this pit phase quite as much as he did the previous one.
Our leader Jake has relinquished the lead, head down the pits for another stop. So he will need this stop and at least one more.
And Ratcliffe in as well.
Andrew Ratcliffe taking advantage as well, trying to get in a great pit stop here. Get on that same pit cycle as Jacob.
See who's going to get their laps back. Because Grady should get his.
And Costa's in. So that will give the lead back to Peter.
Should be taking it this time around here.
Yep.
No, this will be the lap. Yeah. So he's going to come out technically a lap ahead. So, would not be a good time for Jacob to spin it and trying to get on the track right there.
Yeah, see,
That would hurt.
If I'm Peter, though, with Jacob right behind, because Jacob was in front of him, I think, last time. I don't know how much longer I would stay out. I don't, because I think
But the thing is, if we stay green to the end and you're taking half the fuel, if your final pit's 10 seconds, all right, you're coming out of the pits, with 10 seconds, if you're coming out dead on top of him and you have fresh tires and his are 20 laps old at that point, the pass is a no-brainer. Let's say, oh, okay, I'll go around the high side and you're not even a consideration. I'd much rather catch people when I've got that, if you can build that kind of tire advantage on somebody, that's the way to do it. So you see, whoa, oh, that was... yeah, down there on the apron scared me. I thought he was on the racing surface going, uh-oh.
Yeah, not what you like to see it, but obviously them drivers coming out of pit lane need to stay down by the blue cone before they come out on the track, and you can see it going right there in the distance there on the right-hand side. But
if you're he's a full-on lap ahead. So
yes.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just going to work on extending that stint as much as I can and lose as little, because the more you get that offset, and if you're capable of keeping up the times, because if memory serves, last time when he came in down into the pits, he was still running like 35.1, 35.2, which was right at what Jacob was running when he came into the pits. So if you're not losing any time overall, really, other than the obvious tire offset, stay out. Yeah, maybe for Peter in the end, it's a splash and go.
Well, I guess we're going to find out, that's for sure. We're on lap 274 of 400, so 125 laps remaining, and man, it doesn't really sound like much as we start off with 400, but definitely still a lot of racing out there on the track. So a good hour for these drivers to complete this race here at Charlotte for this UCR special Coca-Cola 600. Just a way to get these 87s out on the track, get some recognition out there for UCRL and the things that they do. Give a shout out to Scott Bolster that runs UCRL. So if you're interested in running these 87s, you can either get a shout out here in the chat. I'm sure I've seen Scott answered JD earlier. Or you can if Scott doesn't answer you eventually, then I will reach out and answer the best I can. But yeah, if you want to get in some good racing, UCRL will be running the 87s for an upcoming schedule here. I believe they start on the 14th of January, I believe. So definitely some good racing. Always has been. Been with UCRL. Been broadcasting for them for about 2 years now, I think. So
It's been a while. Back when they were still running the trucks is when y'all started with them.
yeah, we've been around with UCRL for a while. So great relationship with them, and nothing but great driving. Every time I've watched them, every time I've raced with them, definitely some of the best racing that I've experienced in iRacing. So get yourself out there and get some good racing in with the drivers over at UCRL. It'll be a great time, promise. See Andrew Radcliffe checking up for the 25.
The 25 passing? Oh, 20. Okay, yeah. Other way around.
And 24 passing.
Yeah.
Jake.
Andrew's getting his lap back from Peter.
Oh, yeah. Andrew already got his head tires. Like, what's going on? Why did the position change? Spicer in for his pit stop. He comes down in right now. Nice
And he was. He was 7 laps, I believe, 7 laps earlier than Peter there. So it will be interesting to see. So if Peter can recreate his last thing, he should be in sometime right around lap 280.
We're on lap 279 right now as we speak. He'll be crossing the line to start lap 280.
He came in at 214.
Yep. So he like 290? Is it 290? That'd be
So 280 would be essentially 275 because you got your out lap. Depends on where exactly his pit stall is as well. But when it shows the pit lap on the lap you come in. So 75 laps, and that's better than the other guys are getting for sure.
Yeah, he could possibly stretch us out to 290. So.
And if he can stretch it to 290, that means he can get 85 laps. He's, he might not take tires at the end if he doesn't have to. That'd just be a splash and go.
Yeah, it might be one of those ones where you take outsides or right sides.
Yeah, because that could give you if he only needs, say, 5 or 6 gallons, it's 10, he can come out with a 16-second lead over Jacob. Now, I mean, on used tires, he's going to pull that in quickly, but I mean, Peter's still running 34 nines. And Jacob on a few lap old new set of tires, 34-13.
Let's see.
So in 20 laps, that second lap advantage has definitely dropped off.
Jake has just crossed the line there with 34-1. Peter's last lap was a
34.89.
Yeah, 34.89. So a little bit faster, but after them new tires, already plateauing off. Three drivers
The other thing is the 19 has
lead.
who is that in front of the 19? Is the 51 right in front of him?
51, yeah. That's Costa.
And Costa's running 34.1, so it's not going to be easy for Jacob to get around him.
Oh, no.
So that'll hold him up probably just a little bit. And and that'll take a little more out of the tire. But at 285, yeah. Peter definitely stretching the tank. We may have to double check and make sure there's not a extra large fuel line running there.
An extra large fuel line, extra 3 feet.
Well, no, Smokey did 21 extra feet of fuel line.
Wow.
He looped it up and back. He literally made a big square all around the bottom of the chassis with it. The legend goes that it was long enough for him to, when they told him that he didn't pass tech and didn't give him a reason, they said, well, there'll be a reason by the morning. Apparently, with the gas tank out of the car, he drove it back to his shop a couple blocks away from the track at Daytona one year.
Wow. All right, let's see here. It's been a great race. It's been a long green flag run here with these drivers are still remaining, tackling on this endurance event here at Charlotte for 600 miles or 400 laps. It's been good though. It's been a lot of fun to watch. But some of these drivers are just you just watching how they get around here, just lap after lap after lap. So consistent. It's more challenging than some think.
I mean, it may not be Lotus 49 levels of challenging, but it's not too far away.
Yeah, so from Sky says Tech is going to check for the 2-inch fuel line in the car. Yeah, definitely need to check that stuff. I mean, you never know. So we had there he comes. He's finally coming in. Yeah, so we'll go back and talk about Kevin Foster. The new Ferrari came out. This is not the newest one, the one before that. And
it was the 488.
Yeah, the 488 or whatever. And Carl added it to our GT series. And we kind of joke around that maybe Carl didn't change the fuel level for that car. Because Kevin Foster was able to not even make a pit stop for the one.
And Carl had to make 2.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so.
I don't think I've ever heard Carl that heated during a race. Never comes.
But yeah, that's what fuel saving can do for you. It's fuel saving is actually a lot. It's different now too. It goes more on based on your throttle position, not like you can't.
Well, also knowing Kevin, there was the opinion that he may have been hitting the kill switch going into every corner.
My luck, I'd end up spinning it or not getting it fired back off again. But so here we are. Everybody has made their pit stop again. So another round of green flag pit stops here at UCRL with a bunch of newcomers. So some maybe people that just want to run the special event. Hopefully some people that are new to the league or want to join the league. This is what you can expect. Long green flag runs, great racing side by side. And right now it is Jake Santana out front over Andrew Ratcliffe by 9 seconds. So 290 laps and only 9 seconds separate first and second. And anything can happen. And knowing Andrew, it's just a matter of time until he starts pushing and he'll start closing that time probably even more. Cale Spicer out there in P number 3, back just 25 seconds from the leader, or 15 seconds back from Andrew Ratcliffe. So still plenty of time out there. And then Peter Smetana and P number 4 might need to check his fuel lines, but he is 3.5 seconds back from Cale, and he is only 28 seconds behind the leader. So, and he is the last car on the lead lap right now. So only 4 cars on the lead lap. David Pachow in the number 72 sitting in P number 5, 1 lap down, followed closely by Grady Gherkin. I believe Let's see, the interval between those two should be pretty small. Yep, it's in orange. So only three tenths separating these two drivers in P number 5.
It looks like Grady may be putting the hammer down a little bit too, trying to make his way up into that top 10.
If this is the time to do it. This run right here will take you into that window. So you're looking at 70 laps. So these drivers just need to get into like 330, and then they could pit and they could take it the rest of the way. So we'll see where these drivers finish up here. Matt Simmons down in the pits again here. So maybe a scheduled pit stop.
Or,
I don't know.
If you're Peter, hey, if you can, if the caution comes out sometime right around lap 310, 315, do you just go ahead and go in, top that tank off, and see if you can't stretch to the end? Let everybody else have to at least splash and dash. That's another thing.
Peter has choices right now. Because either way, he's going to need less fuel. So he should have a faster pit stop.
And if there's a pit lane thing, there you go. He'll need to top that tank off less.
There's Daniel Costa in the pits here. One more time, taking some fuel. So maybe he's thinking about just knowing that he has to stop. I don't know why he's in right now. There's no way they're out of fuel already. Either way, that is and then your 10th place driver is Matthew Simmons. So 10 drivers out there right now, and it does look like we go to the gap. There is 4 drivers on the lead lap. 3 are 1 lap down. Sullivan is by himself, 2 laps down. Costa is now 4 laps down, exiting the pool, just came in the pits. And then Simmons is 5 laps down. So a lot of great driving still remaining. We still have 104 laps, but we're going to take a short break here at CRN and give you guys a little bit of love to hear. So what
Taking a
coming
little
down?
break there.
Yeah, a little bit of a break, but we still have 84 laps remaining here at Charlotte. And Jacob Spatana is still out front by 12 seconds over Andrew Ratcliffe. Now, Peter Spatana has moved into that third position, only 18 seconds back from the leader. So you really got to wonder, what this is going to come down to, as this race goes on. Obviously, a very long green flag run. We've had a few green flag pit stops here. And can't count out Cale Spicer as well, as he's sitting in P number 4. So those are the 4 drivers still on the lead lap. And then you have David Pachal back there in 5th, Grady Gherkins in 6th, Jake Lesh is in 7th, Joe Sullivan is in 8th, and Matthew Simmons back in 9th. So those are the drivers still remaining out on the track, burning it down here, getting this thing done. There will be one more pit stop. Just when they take it is going to be up to these drivers. When we get in the window.
If I'm doing my math right, it looks like Jacob could be borderline because he got about 60-something laps the last tank. And if he pitted at 268, he's going to need to be pitting around 320-ish. So he might have to be doing a little fuel saving at the end if we go green the entire way.
This could be huge music to the ears of the 25 of Peter Spatana. Obviously, if John's public math is correct, somebody might be just a very small splash short, or be doing some saving, which would allow Peter to close that gap. So much.
Having the fuel save with burned up tires is not fun. It's one of those things you can fuel save if you got good tires, because you just you drive it in, you trade tire life for fuel life. But if you don't have the tire life to give up, you drop the time big time.
Yeah, some of the drivers that might be in a little more danger. Looking at somebody like Jake Lesh back there pitted on lap 262. Joe Sullivan was at 265, and even Grady Gherkin there at 259. So
yeah, Gherkin, there's no way you're stretching. You need 140 laps. Gherkin is
it's close. It's close. It's close. Yeah, it's gonna be close.
Okay. Original math not quite right, but one of those things. If you get a green white checker at the very end, Jacob might be right there at that line.
Definitely been interesting so far, though. Obviously, things have calmed down. Go ahead and I'll put the interval up there so you guys can see them all stacked up against each other. Who's the distance between each other? Nobody within any close battling range at the moment. Yeah. So just everybody out there, they just need to continue to focus. And, John, you get to a point of a race like this where you're not really, you're racing, obviously, but you don't have anybody in close proximity. You can get complacent and make a mistake. Oh, yeah. And you go out.
You spend a couple laps, 3 hours into a race like this, you spend a few laps behind a lap car who wasn't running your line, and you kind of forget where your line was. And all of a sudden, you're 2 or 3 tenths off your pace, and you're struggling to remember where it was.
Yeah. It's the last thing you want to do is get complacent, and, next thing you know, you're tagging the wall. So these drivers are definitely have to maintain focus here still for a good portion. Looking at, like I said, about 76 laps remaining. So right around 35 minutes still remaining to sit in that car. That'll put them closing in on about 4 hours, total seat time, not counting practice. So, if these drivers came out here and decided to jump in the session as soon as it was available, they could have been out there practicing for 55 minutes too. So long time to be sitting in the car today. and it's a big feat to just finish these things. You know, a lot of times, you know, you look at all the people that were out here, and you know, they decided to park the car behind the wall. You know, whether they were just done for the day, or they knew they didn't have the chance or opportunity to get back to the front, whatever it may be. You know, it takes a toll. So it's a long time to commit, a long time to focus and drive, you know, very consistent laps. And if I go ahead and I'll do this here, I'll bring up. Usually I don't have my HUD up, but I'll have the in-game HUD up here, and I'll just go to go here, and I'll go here, so that way you can see Andrew Ratcliffe's race times here. So if you just look at like these race laps, 33 threes, and then as the car slows down, obviously these are the when the like around 13 or 15 was caution laps, and back here 33 threes, the nines, just slowly, you know, the car's slowing down as tire wears down, pit, you know, caution. Had his fastest lap of the race around 28, but then we'll go back down here, down in these long green flag runs, and you could just see these lap times, man. 34, 5, 6, 7, 5, 3, 6, 6, 5, 6, 7. That's the consistency is amazing. Obviously, as they come down, they start getting into the 35s, but still consistent that whole time. And then
that's right there, all 34 6s to 7s for 20, 30 laps at a time.
That's amazing. That's just pure focus. I mean, and that's what it takes as a driver to get out here. I mean, it's not. There's a lot of laps there. Like
GPT can't drive iRacing yet, right? We hadn't made that, right?
So definitely, it's good to see out there, and you just can kind of see, you know, what these drivers have to do to have, you know, a great run and a great finish. Andrew Ratcliffe sitting in P number 2, obviously at the moment, 13 seconds. About 14
So the
seconds.
magic number, if these guys were able to get 65 out of their stints earlier, or get, I think some of them I've seen a 70 lap stint in there.
Yep.
That means they're going to have to make it to 330.
Yeah, anybody
between 330 and 365, or sorry, 330 and 335. The closer you make it to 335, the better you are.
Right, less fuel you'll have to take, you know, and all that fun stuff. So, see Joe Sullivan pitting in, and Peter has ducked in. Or is that old? Oh, sorry, that's old stuff. I'm looking at my HUD. Get that off of there. Yeah, right now it is all Jake Spintana out front by 14 seconds over Andrew Ratcliffe, sitting in P number 2, and Peter Spintana in P number 3, not too far behind Andrew Ratcliffe. He's closed that gap down.
Peter should be able to stretch this out to about 360 to 363 would be my guess if he follows his previous thing. So he's only going to need, literally, like as I was saying earlier, a half a tank.
Yeah, and that's if he wants to, you know, if he... Yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to work. If he can get all that time back now, or he runs or stays out there. So it's really
you say go ahead and take your short pit now.
Yeah, like he's gonna need all the fuel again. So go in now, get your short pit out of the way, and then you're hopefully you're able to close that gap.
And Grady Gherkin into the pits now.
Yep.
So 332. He had pitted 350 something, I believe.
259.
259. So
they're definitely in the window.
Okay.
So Grady Gherkin in for his last pit stop. And he's on his way back out.
That is probably the worst part of me for driving these 87s is just trying to get back onto the track somewhere like here. Because without the banking, you can't touch the throttle. It's like you got to put that egg under there. It's like, I can try to go, but on cold tires and with the marbles down there, it's like an ice rink.
Oh, yeah. So Peter Spintana closing in on Andrew Ratcliffe has that down to under a second.
Yeah, so there's 9, there's 8. Yeah. You can see just closing that down real quick. Yeah, but on the leader, looks like he is still about a tenth or so, tenth or two. So not closing that gap in the way he would really be wanting to on, talking 20 lap newer tires.
Yeah. So it's just, who, if you're Jake, when do you come in? When do you make that call? If you're the 19.
I'm Jake. Hold out as long as you can. Because every lap you put on this set of tires is one lap less on the set that you really want. Because they're not doing limited tire sets, are they?
I don't. Again,
I was looking for the rules earlier.
What is set in here? Tire sets limit in the race 14. I got plenty.
Well, yeah.
Everybody has tires. They're taking tires home. And
it'd be really interesting if he limited them to like 5 sets.
Going to give up Pete number 2 to the 25 of Peter Spintana.
Spicer in as well. So Spicer was one of those. He went a little longer last time. So when we were coming down to this pit phase, see if Spicer manages to jump Andrew by taking less fuel here. Yeah, because now if you're Kale, do you take that almost half a tank you've saved and take 2 and hit the track and burn real hard?
It lefts up for Spicer. Lefts were already put on for Andrew Ratcliffe. Rights are up for Andrew and down, and Andrew's going to beat out Spicer. Out they go.
But almost a second quicker in pit lane.
Here he comes. Here comes your
leader
leader
in 3:37, so he'll need to make 63 laps. He did 2:67 last time.
Oh yeah, plenty. He's good. He's good to the end. It's just all gonna boil on how well Peter Spintana executes his pit stop.
Yeah. Also, how much traffic is Jacob going to have from lap cars? Yeah. If he comes out behind someone like Grady Gherkin, it has to get past Grady and I believe that's Sullivan there right behind him. That could not be a lot of fun.
Jake's just pulling out now. Peter is coming across the start-finish line.
Yeah, Peter will pass him going into 1 here, or through the middle of 1 and 2, it looks like. But not the kind of lead you would hope for.
Nope. There he is.
But that is Peter with a lap and 11 seconds on Andrew. Not even going to try to make him go to the high side.
Well, I would just guess, having the same last name, that they know each other.
The same last name and the same paint job, 2 different colors? Nah, I don't think so at all, Jimmy.
So, but running 1-2 right now, Peter and Jacob Spintana. Andrew Ratcliffe sitting in Pete number 3. Jacob still needs, Peter still needs to head into the pits. So.
Yep. But that's the thing, is if Peter pits now, he's going to wind up being close to a lap down. No, he won't be close to a lap. 30, 40, 50, that's...
No, he won't be a lap down.
But he'll be
a lap ahead.
Yeah.
I'm still confused on what the call is. for Peter?
I mean, while you're an entire lap ahead, because here's the thing: if a caution comes out now,
He still doesn't have enough fuel to make it the whole way.
who? Peter?
Peter.
Yeah, he was making 75 laps.
Yeah, but
He's been golden for a long time.
No.
What?
Here, if I pull.
We have 58 laps to go.
We have 58 laps remaining, and he last pit on lap 287. You can only go about 75 laps.
75 laps is what
So he's
Peter's
only
been
been-
getting out of a tank.
He's only going to go like 355. So he's got like another 10 laps. Now, when he goes in for fuel, hopefully, I would believe he's a smart enough driver, looking at his iRating, that he's going to adjust his fuel level and take the gas needed. And I'm not
The
sure
real
about
question
tires.
is, if those lefts aren't taking a lot of punishment, because I want to say a 2-tire stop in the 87s, if he can take a good bit less fuel, he may be, what is that, like a 14-second stop, maybe 13 seconds.
Something like that.
So that'll put him within 10 seconds, and he'll come out on fresh right sides, I would assume. And if he's going to that's, Jacob will have, he'll have gotten the best out of his tires at that point. So you're just having to close down 10 seconds, and then you're going to be right there with newer tires.
Definitely going to be an interesting finish here. So with 55 laps remaining, if you're still here in the chat, let us know who do you think is going to be the winner here as we count this thing down from this point on. And also, if you haven't already, you can hit that like the thumbs up and the subscribe button as we continue to give live coverage not only with the Ultimate Conquest Racing League but other leagues throughout iRacing throughout the week. So a lot of times multiple different races to choose from, whether it's road racing or ovals. One of our broadcasters is usually in the booth making sure that is covered for friends and family to see. But like I said, right now this looks like a little bit of a mess here as our leader Peter Smetana is coming on the back bumper of Joe Sullivan and Grady Gherkin. Grady Gherkin sitting in P number 5 right now. Turn around, look, you can see the leader back there. Probably not who he wants to see at all.
Yeah, not what you want running your back bumper there.
I mean, if I switch this over here to the gap between the drivers, I mean, there's only 2 cars in the lead lap right now, and everybody's pit.
Yeah.
So until
That's the other thing is right now, if you, if you're Peter, let's say you can stretch it out to 360 without losing too much more time to Jacob. You're going to pit and have, what is that? Almost 23 lap newer tires. If you're on the same lap, if a caution comes, Jacob's not going to be able to do anything about that. You can run away and he won't be able to catch. So then, so Jacob would definitely have to come down pit lane, but so will all the other guys. So, there won't be a mass get your lap back out of everybody.
no, there's only a couple people that would see one person that would get the lucky dog. And right now, if something were to happen, if that end of the race caution were to occur, and now's the time where maybe some drivers are trying to push it a little bit harder as time is starting to expire here at the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte with the Ultimate Conquest Racing League. You gotta think some of these drivers are thinking about it, or at least trying to maybe push harder. But you still got 50 laps left, John. You really can't drive your car into the wall.
I mean, Gherkin right there, he's in a little bit of a battle on the 3/10 off there. And trying to line up David there.
Oh, with David. He's definitely trying to get him. Chasing him down here.
So you have an actual battle going on for position. And, when it comes to these guys, if they're all running, multiple seconds in between positions, these guys are all good enough. We've got, 200 green flag laps in now in a row. They're not going to just lose the car.
Oh, no.
So I said the racing with the Ultimate Conquest Racing League, it happens like this a lot. Like I said, people aren't perfect, so obviously you're gonna have accidents every now and then. But all those accidents none of them were malicious, none of them were like on purpose. Obviously, maybe just getting used to the car. Maybe somebody hasn't been in the car in a while. You think you got it, and you think you feel okay with it.
Or something to do with the 120 plus degree track temp.
120 plus degree track temp doesn't help things much either. So there's a lot of things that come into play.
Track's down to 105, so.
I'm trying to remember the last time I watched a full NASCAR race. It's been a long time.
I can tell you, the last full NASCAR race I watched was when Dale Senior died. That was the last one I watched.
Yeah, I watched a few when Jimmy Johnson was winning championships, but I haven't watched one in an extreme long time. And what I do remember about them was turning it on and getting a good nap in.
Yeah. Actually, I can probably tell you this. The only NASCAR races I've ever watched were going to Talladega in person.
There's just something different about going to a race in person. Obviously you get the best seat in the house is by far your television. You get the commentate.
There's something to be said for sitting on top of an RV with a cooler at Talladega.
I'm not saying the fun factor. I'm just saying your best seats in the house, the ones where you can see everything that's going on. You got commentators. You got like everything. You see every single car. It's just different. But if you go to a track, so like I used to live up near Poconos when I was a kid, and that's where we'd go. And you don't we'd sit down in turn one or over the tunnel turn or up in the stands at a turn 3. Was it fun? Yeah, it was probably a lot. It was a lot. I know it was a lot more fun. I loved going there. But obviously you didn't see every little thing that happened, so it was a lot more informative and, at home. But going there, the environment, the people.
Have you ever been to a Talladega race?
Not Talladega, no.
Oh, that's one of those. You need to go do that one. It's the people watching is beyond epic.
We good on time, Barry. Here's the session state. We still got an hour and 20 minutes, and they have.
About 40 laps left.
40 laps, which equates to probably about 25 minutes. So plenty of time. They're going to break that 4-hour mark here, which is pretty good, to be honest. I mean, it goes to the quality of drivers that are out there, and it's a big feat in their own. Yes, they have cautions. Yeah, in the beginning they had a few. And I think that was like learning curve, people getting used to the car again. But being that this was a special event, a hosted event by the Ultimate Conquest Racing League, it's not an official, and it wasn't. It's people that wanted to be here, not just to come out here to have fun. Obviously, everybody had to register, and so they could put in their time, so they were kind of accepted to because it was a hosted, so you just needed to find it and then get the password that was provided from the admin, so you can get in here. But just been great racing, all around. They come up here and just kind of watch the drivers get around here.
Leader Peter into the pits.
Leader Peter in the pits. 25 relinquishes the lead. This is going to be a good one. This is the move.
So is this going to be a 2-tire?
I don't know. And I don't know if they're watching or if I should keep quiet.
Ooh. No. Smoke the pit stop.
That's
A little
huge.
far.
That's huge.
All right, there's your rights. Are we going to see that left side go up?
Yep.
Okay, so he's taking 4.
Yeah, that slide might have costed him though. Not much of a mistake, but a mistake. Seeing Peter running a pretty flawless
Looks like
race.
1.38 seconds longer than Jacob in the pit lane time there.
Yeah.
So overshooting your box a little bit.
Yeah, and here you can see those numbers. Let's see. There's the pit time. So this is our last time how long they were actually in their stall.
Let's see. And that's showing.
Yeah, so Jake was at 22.8 and Peter was 24.6. And then in total time, where the heck we were talking about the mouse earlier, and now mine's hiding. Where'd it go? There it is, over there, over here. It's fun when you have 4 screens. And then that's pit time, and then pit lane time. Again, a whole 1.3
So is that going
seconds
to be a
difference total.
30-second gap for Peter to try and close on Jacob?
Yeah, we're gonna see if if he made the right call when exactly to come in and use them newer tires up. So
Because if he's 32.8, new fast lap, I think Peter said it's hammer time.
it's definitely go time because he already knows that he made one small mistake with this pit stop.
Yeah, so he's going to be closing in about a second a lap. He's going to have 40 laps. If he gets 20 in that are good ones, 27 seconds, and he's still going to have a tire advantage, provided he doesn't burn them in the process of catching up, and doesn't get caught up by Kale or Andrew. But it does have that 20 lap advantage on those guys.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one here. Let me go ahead and pull up here. We'll do this. I haven't used this yet. Show this. Whoop. You can see how much he is gaining on Spicer. So 2.5 lap or 3 seconds in 2 laps.
So let's see here. We got
Back.
looking through here.
It's not boring. It's interesting. It's long. Definitely with with some of the drivers dropping out, it has made could be a little more interesting. But a few drivers decided to park a little bit early. But still have 9 great drivers out here trying to get this thing done. But right now, we are on the story of Peter Spintana, seeing if he can close the gap to run down Jacob Spintana, because they're a little bit off cycle from their some of the early cautions that happened in the race. And then right now, Andrew Ratcliffe is trying to close in on Jacob as well. Looks like he's holding pretty steady. It looks like the gap between Andrew and Jacob are starting to grow a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like Andrew may have a little something for Jacob right when they get new tires, but Jacob able to keep those things holding on a little bit longer than Andrew on the long runs we're having here tonight. Looking back through, so yeah, only your top 4 on the lead lap here.
Yep, still top 4 on a lead lap. So, I mean, overall, it's pretty. I mean, it's pretty good. I mean, it takes that much time to, I mean, obviously these drivers have been out here a long time. 366 laps so far, and 4 drivers still on a lead lap. 2 are 1 lap down. 1 is 2 laps down, and Joe Sullivan's 3 laps down, and Simmons is 6 laps. So overall, not too bad. I mean, you think about the amount of hours like they're on a Daytona 24. You know how many laps they complete. 700 or 700 or some odd laps.
1,100 if you're in GTP.
Yeah, 1,100 if you're a GTP. But yeah, it's still an amazing amount of laps here. There's probably some drivers, they don't even have 300 laps total in the service yet, let alone all in the same race. So, and a lot of green flag racing so far.
Or you could be like Thaddeus Marshall, where you saw somebody that runs a lot of the dirt stuff, 25,000 laps last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, when you start talking about 14, 15-second laps, that number can get high fairly quick.
Oh, yeah. So right now, the 25 of Peter Spintana is still closing in, and still closing in at a pretty good rate there on Spicer.
Just under a second a lap.
Mm-hmm. He's down.
So it's got the gap down to 21. Yeah.
It's got the gap down to 21. He's got 1 second to Spicer to put him back on the podium.
I mean, I still can't get over that. These guys are running 70, 75 laps here tonight on a full tank and a set of tires.
Yeah, a lot of drivers
really
can't even run
50%. I was about to say, I'd be really curious during that first couple stints there to see what their tire percentages were coming to the when they pitted. Yeah, were some of these guys down into that 50% range?
Yeah. I did something. I took
Peter going to go to the high side of Kale there.
Yep. Not really much you can do when the driver has fresher tires, except just hold your line and let them go. See Matthew Simmons coming out of the pits right there. One last time.
Now, this being Charlotte, I know there's a little bit of a draft, so I wonder if Peter, if he's able to catch up and catch the little bit of draft out of Matthew there, if he could, click in a few extra quick laps.
Yeah. So now Peter needs to close in on Andrew Ratcliffe to take over P number 2. Still has some pretty good closure time there on the 24, but you can see on the mini map up on the top right side, the 25 is highlighted, and that's who is Peter. And then if you look 2 more, I call them Skittles, Andrew Ratcliffe, and then number 24 running across the start finish line, just entering in turn 1 now, so not too far behind, but that's that gap is only,
it's about half the track.
No, not that far. He's only
turn to turn
6 seconds.
It's a little more than half a track if we want to look at front stretch, back stretch, where they currently are.
Yeah, they're like a quarter. Not even. There you go. See where everybody else
Simmons taking the fastest lap with a 32.49. So Simmons have some speed on those tires.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing left else to lose out on. Why not go out there and get one of the achievements as the fastest lap?
Yeah, track temp constantly falling down to 103 now.
Yeah, that's almost 20 degree difference. 17 degree difference from the beginning of this race.
I have to wonder if that track temp would have stayed up in the 120 range, how much that would have changed Peter's situation now. Yeah, did he go for the strategy when there was more degradation and kind of it's just waned off and not paid off the way he wanted to?
You see Andrew Ratcliffe's progress over the past few laps, kind of dwindling, trying to clip away a little bit of that lead.
You can see Simmons there with fresh tires just walking out of his life. So, gap down to 17 seconds with 26 laps to go. I don't think, judging by the rate that the difference is dropping off now, I don't think Peter's going to have enough time to catch Jacob.
They might run down to that. Even if he can get up to him, what kind of tires would he have left for trying to challenge for the lead? But in either case, still, like I said, the 25 of Peter was just like he was involved in incidents early. I mean, I know they had cautions, and that's why, you know, I wasn't joking around. I clicked on like pit stops, which shows how many times how many times people stopped. You can see Peter stopped 11 times. Yeah.
Well, the fact that you can stop 11 times in a race where the leader stops 7, and you're still in third, that's impressive right there.
I mean, that was because of the cautions and the incidents that he was involved in. That kind of just evolved to giving him I think he had a pretty good strategy for what he was, you know, for the cards that he was dealt. But either way, these drivers have been hammering it out here. They have 24 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen, and all my viewers out there watching. You know, Jacob's out here out front. He's been just dominating here early, or he's not early, but the later half of this race. And then Andrew Ratcliffe, just one heck of a charge, keeping that number 24 up there in P at number 2. Peter in the number 25, great story to follow, like with the off-cycle pit stops, and just trying to see if they can put that machine here in victory lane. Definitely working on trying to get up into P number 2. Cale Spicer, you know, another great driver in the 66, sitting there in P number 4. Can't forget about David Pachow back there in the 72. We've seen that car kind of involved in some earlier incidents too, but sticking it out, you know, and
definitely keep an eye on the battle between him and Grady.
Yeah, Grady's
been hovering around that 1 second to half a second gap for a little while now.
Yeah, Grady needs a little bit of not help, but just needs maybe David to just make a small mistake, but get a little
Looks
pressure
like
from
Matthew to help him here.
Yeah, 17 of Matthew Simmons, obviously on new tires. And it looks like the 17 is going to go to the outside or look to the outside. I don't know.
Maybe the crossover.
As long as I always worry about lap cars sometimes. Jake Lesh back there, P number 7, the number 7, started 7. I mean, there's a reason that Jake runs the 7. Joe Sullivan, fantastic run. And the number 15, sitting in P number 8. Matthew Simmons.
Because worst case scenario for Jacob right now is a caution to come out.
Oh, yeah. Matthew Simmons sitting there in P number 9. And Costa's out. So yeah, only 9 cars remaining here. So, but we did have 16. So 7 drivers have parked their cars, and that was Daniel Costa, John Burris, Brian Greenlee, Christopher, Ken Zeems, Matt Zaccardo, and Frankie Klein. Oh, excuse me.
Yep. Yeah, just looking here. Looks like Peter is catching the back of Andrew.
Whoa.
There you go. That brought that gap between David and Grady now down to a quarter of a second.
Oh, yeah.
So, lap traffic putting it right there. And right now, you can kind of see David getting some of that dirty air, giving Grady a little chance to, well, that's not how you help that. Grady taking a little bit of a shot in the look.
Grady's been running it pretty much that same line all night or all day long, looking at the inside.
every time I see Grady, he's always the Mr. Consistent. May not be setting the fastest laps out there, but at the end of the race, you're going to see him somewhere right around that top 5, top 3 every race. Stays out of trouble and just keeps that car in one piece.
Jump back up to the lead here as the lead is settled out. It's like it's hanging at a consistent 11.89 seconds.
No one in front or behind him he can see.
I don't know. Here, I'll go. Here's his
At
nose.
this point, he's going, did everyone just drop out? Am I having connection issue?
Nobody in front of him and nobody behind him.
Oh, let's go back to Grady real quick.
Oh, Peter, Gail, Grady. Chase camera. Side by side. This would be the pass for fifth. Yeah, so right now he's got it completed. Not quite. Dave is not giving up as he looks to the outside. Gonna push this car a little bit harder here with only 15 laps remaining. What's that?
So you still got your HUD up?
No.
No, that's me. Sorry.
I can't bring your HUD up. I can bring my HUD up. But yeah, still side by side battle here between the 46 and the 72. That lap going to Grady Gherkin.
Yeah, and they got a 20-second gap ahead of them, 30-second gap behind them.
Yeah, this is pretty much.
This is their race right here. 14 laps to go. You're not going to burn your tires off and lose a spot. You're not going to not pick up a spot. But also, coming up behind them is the 24 of Andrew Ratcliffe, toward not too far back. And Peter getting close to the back of him now, under a second. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah. Well, 13 laps to go, and some great battles still going on.
If they stay side by side, they could wind up being four different cars challenging for 2 different spots right on top of each other near that final lap. Now that'd be a little interesting.
The only person not worried about a spot right now, as long as he can keep it clean and keep it green for the remainder of the race, Jacob's
nobody in the rear view, nobody in the windshield.
Yeah, is definitely looking to walk away the winner here tonight in the number 19. So we're going to focus back here with some of the other battles coming. We got Peter and Andrew about to battle for P number 2 with 12 laps to go. That gap is getting smaller, and right now Grady Gherkin and David are in a battle here right behind the 17 of
Grady going to the inside on the exit there. So you're going to be able to use Matt as a pick, maybe? No, he's just got the spot there.
Yeah, definitely had the run and he has a nose. Yeah, but he got clear. So we'll see if the 72 has anything for Grady. Can he come
they're
back?
catching the back of the lap to car Matthew Simmons right there. So Simmons, those fresh tires no longer so fresh. Grady gonna drive down to the bottom. Ooh, little wiggle, little touch, little wiggle.
Come on. Let up, Matt. Just let him go.
But Matt being up there is definitely, you're not going to take it 3 wide. You're talking about 60, 70 laps old tires on the 87s at Charlotte. 3 wide's a death sentence here.
Yeah, if I'm Matt, I would have let up and let them go by now.
But then also look right behind him. Peter is on the back bumper of Andrew Ratcliffe.
Yeah, so we're going to go back and switch over to Peter and the battle between him and Andrew Ratcliffe. This is for Pete number 2.
Taking the high line, taking the low. Playing peekaboo in his rearview mirror.
Andrew's going to make you work for it. He knows how to, drive the right line. And, that was a little bit of a block.
Oh,
A little bit of a block. But
mid-speed corner, taking that high line, able to carry a lot more speed in that mid corner. I mean, I know there's newer tires and all, but
so 24 and a 25 side by side. These guys are still battling up here. Dirt nose to tail. Oh, Peter's got the advantage on the outside, taking away that third place from Andrew. Andrew's like, nope. Can't quite get that car to rotate and get that throttle off like you'd like. So the 25 has pulled ahead of the 24. 7 laps
if Andrew
to go.
has anything to come back with, maybe, or is this just done?
And I'm gonna go.
I'm thinking this one's done.
Yeah, there's still a 11-second gap and only 7 laps to go. So I guess with that battle
Got the gap down to 10 seconds up front.
Yep.
But only gaining a 10th the last lap on our leader Jacob. So
few laps short on being able to put the 25 in victory lane. But as long as everything goes green here, it's not over yet.
Second place with this group of guys, that's still a heck of an accomplishment.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been me. That's why I'm up here. This is the closest I get to winning.
No, we've got definitely some good drivers out here tonight, and now, yeah, you see Matthew gets out of the way of the top two there.
He probably burned up his tires. Just having fun at the end there. I mean, you got to think about it. Matt's been out here for a long time too. He's down 7 laps. They just got to, and he might have gotten away just a little bit. And as a lap car, especially when it comes down to the end of the race, most of the time you move out of the way. But Matt out there, at least he was able to keep speed. He was a little bit faster, so.
7 of Loesch coming in. Yep. So we were right. Loesch not able to make it all the way to the end. Yep. So this should be just a splash and dash.
So that, let's see if I can, well, he was in at 328. Okay. Yeah. So
I'm not seeing any major fuel saving going on by Jacobs. I think, provided that these no screw-ups on Jacob's part.
Yeah, Jacob should be good. It should be Jacob, Peter, then Andrew for your run down here tonight. And Caleb, he's not that far back, but not close enough within striking range, I don't think, of...
Yeah, definitely, Caleb, highest I rating in here. Definitely not a slouch, but... looking like tonight here at Charlotte, some of those guys ahead of them just a little bit more consistent.
Yeah, it could have been anything. I think we've seen Kale on a couple, kind of wrapped up in a couple incidents too that wasn't his fault, but just kind of got caught.
He was trying to follow Peter's strategy and then decided to bail out of it, do that a little bit of a short pit. So, judging by the fact that he's in 4th and not second right now or 3rd, I'm going to go with Peter making the right call, running that final stint out as long as he did.
Yeah. Finally, down to 2 laps to go. 498 laps completed. Final.
White flag, last lap.
Yeah, white flag with Jacob in out front in 1st, Peter in 2nd, Andrews in 3rd, Kale back here in 4th, Grady Gherkin in 5th, David Pachaw back there in 6th, Jake Lesh in 7th, Joe Sullivan in 8th, Matthew Simmons in 9th. We'll go ahead and ride along with the 19 as he exits the final corner. And
definitely some rubber pickup on that front end.
Yeah, your Coca-Cola 600 winner will be Jacob Santana. And then Peter Santana and the number 25 will be 2nd. Andrew Ratcliffe will bring back 3rd. Kale.
It's messed up because there's so many laps down.
Yeah, lap cars down.
You've seen them move all over.
Yeah, all over the place. But checker flag is out. And we'll do it this way. Make it easy for everybody.
4 hours and 6 minutes. There you go. That's what it takes to do 400 laps here.
With only a few cautions.
So an hour per 100 laps. That's it's a nice one to remember.
So here's your rundown of your finishers, and then we'll go ahead. Yeah, you are 100% correct there, Jerry. They definitely came out and represented tonight. We'll go see.
You can check and make sure that
See if
Peter
they,
passed the tech for that 2-inch fuel on.
Yeah, with I don't know if they're in. I know Andrew is, and I don't see the others in chat, so I don't know if they have Discord.
What would we do? General for that?
I mean, they're not in. They're not in general.
No, I meant.
Let's give them. I'll give them a minute. Let's see if we can. Well, one, we just want to say congratulations. It was a heck of a race, and they deserve their shout outs. If they were to pop into Discord, I will gladly give them an interview and see how their race was. They might be tired, or maybe they want to use the potty. It's a long time to be in a car, stretch your legs and whatnot, and I would be. I would be stoked.
There we go. Tagged them in Discord. See if they pop in.
Yeah, I just got word from Scott. He's trying to reach out to them right now. So, and if not, we like I said, I'll give them a shout out. They deserved it. I mean, that's a heck of a run. I mean, 4 hours straight, 600 miles, 400 laps. You know, you got some boxes up there saying this is so boring. It you know, sometimes watching it can be. You know, you really got to enjoy racing, and when you're out on the track is a whole total different game or sim. You know, it's a sim. So this is what these drivers like to do, and obviously they're good at doing it. So that's why they were able to finish up here. And we had a few minor incidents in the beginning, but I mean that's racing. It happens. Nobody's perfect, and definitely if they're not used to running these cars every single day, you're not going to have a perfect race. But for Jacob and Peter, I mean that's pretty perfect. Even though I know Peter was involved in some early incidents, and Andrew obviously just had another top-notch. You know, there's no doubt in my mind that Andrew was going to have a good finish. You know, Cale Spicer in P4, Grady Gherkin in P5. You know, all them drivers are just great. Anybody out here, any one of these drivers could have won here tonight. David Pachow back there in 6th, Jake Lesh, Joe Sullivan, Matthew Simmons. And then you had the drivers that bowed out a little early, and there's nothing wrong with that. So just still want to give them a shout out. Daniel Costa, John Barris, Brian Greenlee, Christopher. We've seen him out in the lead. Ken Zeems, Matt Zaccardo, Frankie Klein. You know, just thank you for showing up tonight and making this a great event. It's definitely been, like you said, a long day. And let's see.
You want to pull Andrew in while we?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and hold on. Let me. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and we'll grab Andrew. And then if we cannot get our P1 and 2 finishers, I'll go ahead and get a hold of Scott and pull him in the booth. There he is. So we'll pull in our 3rd place finisher, Andrew Ratcliffe. Andrew, it's Jimmy and John up in the booth. How are you tonight?
Good, guys. How are y'all?
Hey, not bad. It's been a little while since we got a chance to talk to you, but you know, we come here tonight on a special event, put on by the Ultimate Conquest Racing League. Obviously, you're a big part of that, and, we get to talk to you a lot up here in the booth. And tonight, was kind of expecting you to probably be up here, to be honest. But one hell of a race, man. It's a long time to be out there. 400 laps, 600 miles, and you're pretty close there at the end, at least between you and Peter. Did you have anything for Jacob, or was he just on another level here tonight?
Well, once he got out that far, I started trying some different stuff, and then really from lap 200 on, the gap was really, by the end of the run, 10 seconds. I felt like I was running, and towards the end of runs, like I felt I was mirroring lap times. He'd be a little bit better here and there, but I felt like I was more on pace with what he was doing. I'm actually really kind of aggravated that the 25 got by me. I mean, I was ahead of him for 200 and something laps there, and then get past with 5 to go. That was actually extremely frustrating, but I guess I can't complain with third. I think there's credits for the top 3 or something.
Yes. Yeah, a couple.
Having to find a 20-lap tire difference.
Yeah,
not easy.
Yeah, he did have that 20-lap tire difference there at the end, as the few cautions in the beginning kind of plagued the start, I guess, a little bit, and I'm sure maybe got some people a little bit frustrated, but it was definitely made things interesting, and some people took advantage of coming in, and actually Peter, who finished second, was involved in some of those incidents as well, so pretty good feat for the 25 to come back, and obviously the new tires, that much of a difference does make a huge time difference around the track here, and we've seen that when people would come in, they come out and they drive by the leaders like they're almost standing still. But either way, I mean, like I said, it's 400 laps, man, and to come out here and to complete something like this is not an easy task that everybody does every day.
Right. I knew he had the tires, but he had that difference since lap 180. And I was still at the end of every single one of my pit cycles ahead of him. And then the last one, I wasn't. I guess he made an adjustment because I made an adjustment. And then at one point when I pitted with 67, I was going about every 67 laps, and he was a second and a half back at the end of that cycle. And then the next time he was on my door. And then we had a 65 lap run. I was like, well, maybe those 2 laps will make a difference. But he found something too. Well, I'm just telling you what I was doing. I was doing 67. I don't know how he was running as long as he was, really. He had to be doing some type of fuel saving technique or throwing a clutch. I don't know what he was doing.
Some people have it, man. I don't get it either. But definitely, you still come away third place after a very long day and time in the rig. Obviously you're out there for practice too, so you have plenty of laps at Charlotte. I'm sure it'll be a while before you want to come back here, but we want to say congratulations on the third place finish and give you some time for any shout outs that you may have in that number 24.
Yeah, just thanks for all the new faces we see. I felt like it overall was a pretty good race, and maybe we'll have, I hope some of them join the league, because we need new guys, just some guys that used to be with us that they're no longer with us, or for whatever reason, but we got to have some new faces if this league's going to stay a thing, and I really feel like this is a make or break season, so I hope like all the guys, the 19 to 25, even Daniel Costover had a pretty good run. I think he sped on pit road. He was up at the top 5 of the lot. We need new faces, so y'all come out and join us, because the races won't be that long.
No, they're not. They're not this long. You guys do get at least one green flag pit stop in on a full tank, but they're definitely not 4 hours.
Yeah, so come on out. A lot of green flag racing. That's kind of what we're known for the last few seasons. So just everybody that's new, come out. We need y'all.
Again, thanks, Andrew, for showing up here tonight and supporting, obviously, the UCRL. And we'll let you go celebrate with your friends and family.
Appreciate it.
That's your third place finisher, Andrew Radcliffe, and doesn't look like we're going to get to talk to our European brethren that won here tonight. But we're going to bring in the league owner here of UCRL. And I've been talking to him so much. A friend of mine, Scott Bolster. How are you doing tonight, Scott?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing? How you faring after all that?
It was a long one. I had to do a couple of the hearts tonight so I could stretch my legs. But definitely
Carl had to bow out.
I mean, Carl even stepped out. See, Scott, no Carl, Scott.
Yeah,
John.
I was gonna say. Right. I was gonna say. It's like, wait a second.
Yeah,
I didn't know this was a tag team match.
I fired Carl. I brought in John.
There you go.
No, but
Carl, you're not keeping up.
It was a bad hammer.
no, we got a great relationship up here at CRN. There is multiple of us, and obviously when things shift around a little bit, we just support each other. I mean, just like your league supports, we do the same thing here at CRN, obviously, and keep put on some good racing and good coverage here. And I mean, what a race here tonight! A little rocky from the start, but it was just little things. I think drivers just kind of getting, once they got them tires warmed up, kind of losing the rear end a little bit. But after they figured that out, it was all green flag from there. And man, it was fun to watch and to see a couple great battles there right at the end. And hopefully some of these names and even some of the others that maybe not have been in this race show up and they start filling out that application form and jumping in that great league that you own over there at Ultimate Conquest Racing League.
Oh, thanks a lot. Yeah, no, we're going to do some follow-up emails with all the people that signed up and registered and things like that, and we're going to try and really get them to commit to the season or the league and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I kind of was expecting what we saw at the beginning, just because I think the official series of this is fixed, and you guys run the fixed race, the fixed setups over at Core too. So like our setups are not the same.
Nope.
Is the iRacing stuff. So I kind of try to get people the setups in their hands as early as possible. If they only registered for the race, within a day or two, that's really all they had. So I think next year I'm going to be doing it a little bit different. But I think once people got their head wrapped around it, the racing really improved a lot. So I mean, yeah, you're right. There's some even that the doldrums of the middle of a 600-mile race, there was still some really good battles, and people were just chasing each other around and chasing each other down, and there was comers and goers, and it was exciting, even with the fall off that we saw.
Oh yeah, it was constant. Even some of the people that fell off, obviously, they either got wrapped up in an incident and they knew that the repairs would have been too great for them to come back and maybe be competitive. And after the fast repair is gone, I mean, it is hard to kind of keep motivated for a long event like this. I mean, I'm no stranger of doing a 24-hour event. The car takes a meatball, and you're down 3-4 laps, and you're like, "No, do we really got to go back out there? We still got 18 hours to go." So
yeah, exactly. It's not like the real world, where you're like, the sponsors paid for this. Get your butt back out there and go in circles.
Right. So definitely, it's hard to choose sometimes. But I mean, like I said, I shout out to those drivers that came out and put the time in. There was some people that decided to maybe do the right thing and park it behind the fence here tonight and not finish it out. But they were up front. There's a lot of them were up front. Chris Stouffer and Costa was up there, and just Burris was the 38 was coming along too. I mean, there's all kinds of signs of just great racing, and one little mistake obviously can end it for them. So, but it was great racing by all them drivers, everybody out there. It's just it was fun to watch. I really can't believe I've been sitting here for over 4 hours, but yeah, I mean, I haven't done that since I used to watch NASCAR on TV.
Right. Well, we had one of the drivers in the field was Brian Greenlee, and he's a friend of ours, and we knew him from an IndyCar series that we did, Lionheart. We participated with years ago. I mean, years ago. And I put it up on my Facebook page, and he came out of a 15-year iRacing retirement to come out here and do this event. And he was doing super well. Like, for somebody that was an IndyCar driver to come out and race these things and really, have some pace to it, it was impressive. So I felt bad for Chris and things, like he got caught up and had to burn one of his fast repairs at the beginning, but he got a little loose and things like that. But as far as throughout the field, like I'm pretty happy with how it turned out.
Yeah, for the amount of people that were here, the results. I mean, even like right at the end, the great racing towards the end, there's a big, with the disparity between the pit stops because Peter pit a lot more because he was actually involved in some of the early incidents. It was kind of off sequence as far as pit stops, and I think he was fuel saving a little bit in there too. Made it very close, just not enough time to get up to Jacob. But definitely some great racing, just great to watch, great story to follow. And then to watch everybody else just continue to put in the amount of time and laps. I mean, you had two people on. I think two people on the lead lap. I think there's supposed to be three, but yeah, three people on the lead lap, and then a couple people, only one lap down. That's amazing after 400 laps at Charlotte.
Oh, exactly. And you look back in the day, and it's like today everyone's used to there's 20 cars on the lead lap, but back in the day, these were massive endurance races with a lot of disparity between throughout the field. So. Oh, there's only 6 people on the lead lap after a 600-mile race. Well, that was normal in 1987.
Yep. Yeah, they
That
don't
was
have
hard on the driver even then.
They don't have these. I don't even know what they call them anymore because I stopped following NASCAR so much. But they have them breaks every so often.
The stages.
Yeah, the stage breaks.
Yeah, we don't do that here.
I'm like, why you want a stage break? That's no fun. Why do I want? I just worked my butt off for 50 laps. Why should P2 come up and be on my bumper again?
Why do we got to stop the race? Well, I don't get it.
No, but great racing here, and again, I think it's a good platform, and hopefully these drivers come back out. Obviously, some people will come out here and have some fun and rewatch what went on here tonight. But definitely great racing, and just give you some time, Scott, for any more last minute shout outs for anybody out there, and we'll shut this thing down and let everybody go celebrate.
Yeah. No, again, obviously, thanks to you guys. You're exceptionally easy to work with when it comes to accommodating things that we're requesting and things like that and whatnot. But so we just hey, want to do a 600-mile race with us on a weekend? Are you guys free? And you're like, yeah, sure, let's do it. But no, I really do hope that this is a good initial first stepping stone and building block, whatever you want to call it, to make it even better next year and things like that. And you guys, will definitely be a part of that. So, you guys did a great job today as far as even, putting a really good light on this and really showcasing what we can do and the capabilities of us. So, yeah, well, I hope we do that, and I hope people check out the league and things like that. Just hope this is a good point to grow from.
Yeah, we'll keep plugging. I'll keep plugging your name out there, and as much as possible. Even during the other broadcasts, if you watch, I'm always plugging UCRL. I love UCRL. I just want to come over here. It's like I said, it's the drivers. It's how clean everybody runs. The green flag racing. And then just some of the friendships that I've made throughout the league as well. So I appreciate that probably more than anything. I'm kind of a social butterfly when I'm put in the position, and I try to take full advantage of it. But again, good run here, I think, tonight by all the drivers, and I think it sounds like that you're happy. Hopefully they're happy, and hopefully we see that roster grow for your upcoming 87 league. If anybody's still listening, the races aren't 4 hours. They're a little bit shorter.
This is special. Yeah, this is special. We do 175 or 175 mile races at the big tracks, but that's it.
Yes, only a third. Oh, what's going on here? But yeah, definitely a lot of fun. So definitely a lot of great people. But if you got anything else, John, for Scott.
Just wanted to make sure that the 25 did in fact pass tech for that fuel line.
We're still looking at it. We're still unraveling all of the tubing that's been hidden in the frame rails.
Nice.
All right. Well, again, great night, and we'll let everybody go celebrate, and we'll see you hopefully on, I believe it's the 14th.
The 14th. Yep. Thanks.
Yep. And that's Scott Bolster, UCRL's operator, league owner, his setup guy. I mean, a man of many traits. So he takes care of a lot of things, and it's a lot of hard work, and puts a lot of time and dedication into putting out a good product for anybody interested in doing sim racing. It doesn't matter your skill level. There is a lot of, I guess, more veteran players, so you get a lot of clean green racing, a lot of green flag racing over here at UCRL, and they do focus on the more classic side. But I think from CRN, we're going to call it an evening. And from Carl, myself, and John, we'll see you in the track.